Good morning, everyone. On behalf of IWWAGE, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. As you may all know, IWWAGE was set up in 2018 to address the low level of female labor force participation. And we milestone last year. With the completion of the 5-year milestone, we also transited from an initiative to an institute with a continued focus on female labor force participation, at the same time looking at various dimensions of women economic empowerment, care economy, women in leadership, looking at health and climate change. For us, measurement and data is an important area, and IWWAGE is committed to improving methods to measure women's work. We recognize that this is key to recognize their contribution to the economy. With these efforts, we aim to highlight the need for a gender-responsive statistics for inclusive growth and development. I hope the finding of the study will address the gap in this area, and I look forward to today's discussions and deliberations at how we can take this forward with policymakers and other stakeholders. Once again, a warm welcome to all.
Thank you, Radha. To set the context for today's discussion, I would now like to welcome Dr. Shona Mitra, the Director for Policy and Research at IWWAGE. Shona's extensive research on gender and labor markets has provided critical insights into the complexity of women's work.
Thank you, everyone. While we await also our funder and our big supporter, Neeta, she's stuck in traffic. So she would be here any moment now in the next 5 minutes. But she did ask me to start the day. And thank you so much for being here despite the bad weather. And to everyone, my panelists, the technical advisory committee members, those who have really helped us reach this stage of the study. I just want to say that of course, we are ending it at this stage, but this is not the end because there is a long way to go in terms of understanding how to capture women's work better. I just wanted to set the context by saying that how did IWWAGE get into it? When we started off the initiative for What Works to Advance Women and Girls in the Economy, and with Yamini sitting at the back, we had great long discussions in terms, and she was such a great supporter. We miss her so much nowadays. We actually had this long discussion on female labor force participations and why it was low, while the numbers suggested a very low engagement of women in the economy. We were also aware of the fact that, yes, there were dearth of jobs. Yes, there were the drivers of women's labor force participations, which could not be leveraged properly to encourage participation. But we were also aware of the fact that probably there's some amount of measurement issues, counting issues in terms of understanding and capturing women's work better. Now, before beginning this session, I just want to give this big disclaimer, which I've been giving always, that this the capturing of women's work to measure better is not a way or not a mechanism for forcing the female labor force participation rates up. It is not to inflate the female labor force participation rates, but it is all about understanding the complexities and the nuances of women's work. We have been counting the number of women workers by the labor force surveys, but we have been discussing about how to count women's work. Our experts are all sitting in front of us. They will be speaking about it in the afternoon, and that is what pushed us to do this study, where we would be basically doing some innovations, making some innovations in the way we capture women's work, which is a little different from the usual labor force surveys, but also not as complex or as time and resource intensive like the time use surveys, because we are all aware about the details that is captured by the time use surveys. We are all in favor of getting as much information collected as possible, but we are also cognizant of the situation that the labor force surveys should also give us some better measure of looking at women's work. And so we have transitioned in the Indian statistical labor force data set. We have transitioned from a comprehensive employment unemployment surveys which used to be conducted every 5 years, and we are right now at a annual periodic labor force surveys. The idea was to give annual data rather than providing data every 5 years, while the periodic labor force survey is also completing around 7 years of its inception from 2017. We have 5 to 6 rounds of data on that. But what we have realized that we have also lost out on very crucial information in terms of getting to understand the work that women were doing in the households, within the households, when they were enumerated or when they were recorded as non-workers. So so those who are aware here, the national sample survey, the employment unemployment surveys conducted by the NSSO basically used to identify workers and non-workers by asking certain basic questions and identifying workers and non-workers. So we have Neeta coming in. I'll end this, and then request her to give her introductory remarks. So I'll just continue for some time, Neeta. And then, yeah, please. And yeah, so as I was saying that, so there were codes assigned, and there were codes which basically identified women as workers, women as those who are seeking work but not in the labor force, and there were those who were non-workers. And within those non-workers code, we had certain specific codes which had follow-up questions to them that would be asked to them in terms of what would they be doing, what kind of activities they would be engaging in. And those modules were dropped from the periodic labor force surveys. And that kind of pushed us to see that whether those can be included back or those can be included back in different ways, and what are the ways in which PLFS can become more nuanced. The periodic labor force surveys can become more nuanced to capture women's work. So and that is where we started. So we did this first round of survey in 5 states, but those were mostly about understanding the status of women's labor force participation. But then we tweaked the methodology a little bit in terms of understanding the availability of women in the economy to work. So we did not stop at sheer understanding of who is working, who is looking for work or seeking work, but we were also going by the ILO's framework of understanding those who are available to work. So we also asked questions on whether women who are not seeking or not working, whether they were willing to work if work was as per their expectations. And those expectations were also laid out in our modules. And this was done in the first phase, the report for which showed us, and we did not really focus a lot on that part in the last phase of the survey, but we did get some interesting insights where we saw that the labor force participation rates of women were literally very different from the PLFS estimates, and that egged us to start the second phase, the second round, and which culminated in this study of capturing women's work to better measure better. And here we are. We did it in 2 states, Karnataka and Jharkhand, 2 very different states, economically different, as well as in terms of, therefore, as well as in terms of the economic activities that women are engaged in, very, very different states. We use the electoral rolls as the sampling frame because we were doing it for employment survey, so we could use that. So the age group of women and men covered in this survey is 18 plus. We were also and then we started tweaking the methods, the questions in the tools, and we also started tweaking the methods in which we would be collecting data. By way of this, I want to highlight that when the labor force surveys happen, the unit of measurement is the household. And within the household, anybody is identified to answer the questions. In this survey, and this is a motivation that comes from way I mean, this comes from a very old demand from the women's groups and women's movements to have some kind of women's survey, which can be aligned with the labor force surveys to understand and how do we align the labor force estimates with the household estimates with the individual surveys. And hence we basically targeted this to be an individual survey which was targeting women. Sir, and we also surveyed a part of the sample households. 20% of the sample households, we also surveyed the men in the same households. So we had this women, around 4,000 women we surveyed in Jharkhand and Karnataka, and we surveyed around 800 men in the same households. And this was one of the things that we changed because we wanted to see how perception bias of men's responses were impacting the way in which women's work is perceived, women's work is recorded and enumerated, and does it have an impact on the labor force participation rates. So therefore, a few things that we were very, very interested to, and that will be talked about when we start the presentation. So one of the major objectives was to understand this whole notion of willingness, availability of work, what women are doing, what are the kind of activities that women are engaged in. In the first round, we had Professor Ratna Sudarshan also as one of our advisors, with Asha Kapoor Mehta, PC Mohanan, Ashwini Deshpande, and Ratna said something which stayed with us, for a very long time, that when you are trying to not count women workers and when you're trying to count the work done by women, it is very important that you call out activities for them to see whether they are responding to it or not. And we tried that method here. Now, the idea to bring a lot of stakeholders here is we have an academia which has been talking about this and has gone to great depths to simplify measuring women's work in a better manner, simplifying the complexities, trying to unravel the nuances. But we also have another part of the women's groups who are constantly struggling to understand what women are doing, why aren't they getting captured in the labor force. And therefore, we have a mix of a technical and a non-technical audience here. And for the sake of that, I've been trying to just lay out all of simplify some of the things that we are going to discuss. So in the next session, when we start, and I was giving the context of the study, Neeta. So before we start that, and get into the presentations, I would just request Neeta to give some introductory remarks for us. They have been a great supporter of this so far for us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm almost regretful I made it because she was speaking of such interesting stuff that this seems like an interruption even to me. So I promise to get out of your way as quickly as possible and allow her to continue. Please allow me to start with apologies. I don't know if NCR traffic is any longer an excuse, but it is. It certainly took me much longer than I anticipated today. So sincere apologies. I'm also here representing Sachi, who has been working with IWAGE to lead this work. Several of you probably already know Sachi Bhalla, and she has been working with Shona and her team, but will also soon be stepping into her new role as the deputy director for our gender equality team. And so she couldn't be here today, and so that's part of the reason I'm here. I lead the MLE team at the foundation, and of course, any kind of measurement always attracts interest. But women's work, I think, has particular resonance across not just the MLE work we do or the gender work we do, but across the board. One of the challenges, I think, at the foundation is that we tend, like other organizations, to work in silos, where I feel like, what the gender team does and what other teams do tend to operate in their own vertical circuits. But I think it's a reality that the communities we serve do not live their lives in, here's the gender part of my life and here's the health part of my life, right? So I think to me, this is, I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here and to talk about some of this. So whose work counts? I think you are all here, and that's an indication of your interest. So I don't want to be preaching to a choir, basically. Researchers will often talk about the value of measuring or designing studies around twins. Like if you can figure out what happens to one twin and then you figure out the alternative path that the other twin would have taken to see how an intervention impacted them. So in an alternative world, if I had a twin sister, I would be, and she was just a housewife within quotes. I guess the question would be whose work counts if I was the professional formally employed, whereas she was just a housewife or, someone who was supporting her household in different ways. So why does my reality as a professional employed person count higher than hers? I think women's work and the accurate capturing of women's work is important from a policy perspective, because a lot of, Shona was already alluding to this when she was speaking, and I'm sure it'll come up during the day, during the panel discussions that we have. But one part of that is the policy side of things, where if you take if our measurement is not good enough, then our policies are also not capturing the target audience that they need to, and that is a problem. But it's also an issue at the individual household level, where when you're talking to women and they're saying, I don't do anything, I'm just a housewife, or she doesn't count the fact that she's supporting her husband, who may be a daily vendor in some way. She's doing it behind the scenes. And so when you ask her, is she working? The answer will be no, because it's not counted as paid work. It's the unpaid, quiet, hard work that happens in order to make that household run. Whether it's the business of that household or whether it's the quiet work behind the scenes that allows the household to run as normal. So I think in summary, accurate measurements, and for those of us who are doing the measures or are working at the policy level, it's important for us to be thinking about or reflecting on what is being measured and what does that ladder up into as these surveys and studies come out. The idea is certainly not to say our measurement is better than anyone else's. I know the ILO has several modules that they are trying to test out along with MOSPI, even within India. And there are other efforts, like IWWAGE has done good work that they will be speaking about. But I think all of us in our roles, as we work on women's work, as we think about women's work, just to be conscious of who's the group that's getting included in our samples, how are we asking questions, and are we being inclusive of people who would get left out, or women who would get left out of the measurement game if we want to think from their perspective. The only other thing I wanted to add is somewhat what I said in the beginning, that the communities we serve do not live their lives in, here's the health part of my life and here's the gender part of my life. So I just encourage those of us who are working or as researchers or even on the implementation side to see how these areas of life come together and how measurement of one affects measurements or interpretations in other aspects. So I know from secondary data that I recently saw, when we talk about women in the labor force and we talk about the use of contraception, for example, the hypothesis has always been that women who are in the labor force are able to afford contraception and can buy it for themselves, even when they may not be support within the household for that. But at least according to some secondary data analysis that I saw, it's actually a two-way relationship where if women are employed, they are more likely to be using contraception. But similarly, women who use contraception are also more likely to be in the workforce. And this is just one example. I'm sure there are others. I just wanted to highlight that there are these connections and linkages, and what you measure and understand of one area has relevance and has connections that one that we as researchers and implementers need to be conscious about as we think about other areas. I think I will now, as promised, get out of your way and let Shona continue with her much more interesting sharing of the IWAGE work. Thank you for your patience, and apologies once again for being late. Thank you.
Thank you, Shona and Neeta ma'am, for a very thought-provoking talk and setting the context for today's event. I would like to request Radha to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Neeta Gurung, please. Okay. Let us now move on to our next session, Findings and Insights of the IWAGE Study. The session will be in form of a presentation, which will be followed by an open floor for question and answers. May I please take this opportunity to call upon stage Dr. Shantanu Pramanik, Research Director, Lead at Kriya University, Dr. Bidisha Mondal, Senior Research Fellow, IWAGE, and Prakriti Sharma, Research Manager, IWAGE, for the presentations, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Uh, moderator doesn't have much role to play. And the context has been set nicely by Radha, Sona, and Neeta as well. So only request to the presenters would be to keep enough time for the Q&A and discussion. I'm sure you guys also would like to get feedback from this August audience. And also they would like to ask questions and get more clarity on the study, because as you already know that this is a very nuanced and complex issue, and the study is also a very complex one. So we need more time to understand and discuss and get a different perspective as well. So yeah, so without further ado, I'll let Shona to start.
Thank you so much, Shantanu. This is in continuation to what I was saying, and I stopped right when I was discussing that what actually pushed us to do the study and the objective. So basically, as I was saying, that the first study was more about understanding the drivers of female labor force participation in states where they were doing better. And as an aside to that, we also saw these differences in labor force participation rates, which is not only exclusive to the IWAGE thing or study, but it was mostly the micro studies were giving us such very similar results, that when small scale studies were being conducted, rates of women's labor force participation was much higher than compared to what the larger national surveys was telling us. There were several issues on that. Mohan sir is sitting right in front. He will be talking probably about it in the afternoon. That's up to him, what he wants to. But in the second, in this study, we are very gratefully, we had Professor Hema Swaminathan, PC Mohanan, and Shantanu as our technical advisors, who helped us a lot in moving ahead with the sampling frame, which we had used earlier in the electoral roll. But here our methods were a little different in the sense that we did stratifications at different levels. And we were also looking at a comparison between rural and urban, one of the worse areas of rural and the better areas of urban. Hence, there would be some bias in the results, which would be spoken about, and you will see the differences as we move ahead. So yes, one of the things was about the sampling frame, but that is again one other aside, which is not so important here. But what is more important here is the innovations in the module on work. So employment module, what are the ways in which we have tried to capture the employment or work of women, and that somewhat follows the National Labor Force Survey questions, but makes some diversions and some inclusions from the existing ones, but remains very much within the ILO's framework of creating modules for questions. So yeah, and therefore, of course, that gives a difference in the measurement of women's activities. The third thing that we have done, the second thing that we have done is we have also tried to understand how much time women spend. And that is a very rapid one. I know there are many several experts who would not align with the way that we have done it, but we tried to do this by having a very simple way of asking questions to calling out activities and asking questions to both men and women in order to understand how much time they are spending on each of those activities. Now, therefore, and we call it time budget, like how women spend their time in a 24-hour day. The simultaneity of work, which is basically women doing more than one activity at one point of time, gets captured as we see when we calculate the hours. The day goes beyond 24 hours because women are doing some activities together, but they are giving some rough approximations of the number of hours that they spend in doing certain activities. But what we got more interesting, was that we asked these similar things to men. So we asked the men about their time spent on similar activities, and we asked the men about how they look at women spending their time on these activities. And the perception bias, or we can also call it the respondent bias in that, gets captured very effectively in what we are going to present. So there are like these these objectives that we have: innovation in the probing techniques and sampling frame. We have the informant or the perception bias, and we have this time budgeting. So to give it a better frame, mostly the objectives would be developing better mechanisms for collecting data on women's work through new probing techniques. Now, why I'm emphasizing on this is basically that in the past, when we have had some discussions with the MOSPI and to certain commissions, there has been some interest in terms of including certain new questions to add to the existing module of the labor force survey, where they can, and they're open to use these new probing methods or new questions where they can capture women's work better, but they do not want to get into the very minor details of what women are doing, because it is a labor force survey and it is not a women's labor force survey. But we have been trying to say that if you have a singular module or one single module added to the existing labor force survey module, which is targeting women and asking specific questions to women and align it with the labor force survey, probably we are going to get better estimates than we have right now. And again, and I'm going to make this disclaimer many more times, because the intention is not to inflate the women's labor force participation rates, because we are very aware about the employment issues, the dearth of employment for women, the unfulfilled drivers that needs to be leveraged and worked upon. So it's not that. We are more interested to understand what women do and how to measure their activities better, how to facilitate them better in the labor market, how to enable them to participate for a sustained period in the labor market. So that is one big disclaimer that we have to make. We, of course, therefore, they're developing a framework for conducting women's surveys, if that at all gets a get some positive this thing for positive note from the MOSPI at the national level for conducting some women's surveys and aligning it with the labor force surveys. And of course, the perception bias comes in terms of differentiating between the male and the female responses. Having said that, this is a slide on the electoral based sampling techniques. While this is not something that I'm going to spend much time on, but I just want to say that our age group is 18 to 60 years, and our states are Jharkhand and Karnataka, and we have surveyed we we have surveyed 4,000 women, and we have surveyed 851 men in both the states from rural and urban geographies. The stratification was done at the district level and for in both rural and urban areas. And if there are questions, we would be happy to run through the sampling frame, but I would like to focus more on what are the innovations that we have come what are the and what is the sample characteristics before we get into the innovations. So we have we have a sampling, I mean the basic characteristics of women. If you can see the women and men belonging to, like, there's a high proportion of married women in the sample. There's a high proportion of women who haven't received any sort of vocational training, and there's a high proportion of not literate women from rural areas of both Jharkhand and Karnataka, and there are somewhat completing 10th standard basic, I mean a little more than primary education in both Jharkhand and urban Jharkhand and Karnataka. So this is the characteristics of the women who were surveyed mostly in this sample. With the for the as far as the household infrastructure of the sample is concerned, you can very well see that Karnataka, as I said in the beginning, that we are comparing two very different states. Karnataka, which is much more industrial and has much better economic outcomes, and has therefore better household infrastructure than compared to Jharkhand, which is more of industrially backward, lower GSDP, lower per capita incomes, and that is reflected in the household infrastructure as well. So there are issues about, I mean, there are, Karnataka is far ahead in terms of getting common fuel for clean fuel for cooking, better piped water, regular supply of piped water in drinking and toilets. This title is a little, this will work it out. And the source of drinking water is also. But there's one thing that I have to highlight here, that there is now there's a bottled water which is prominent in Karnataka in some parts, because those are areas around Bangalore where bottled water is used much more as a source of drinking water, which is not a desirable way of getting water. Now, this is where we start our tool overview. So the first three, like the consent part and personal details, household characteristics, are exactly as followed from any standard survey prototypes, and of course, and the household roster as well. What we focus on here are the last two big blocks that you can see: respondents' employment details and the activities and time budgeting. Now, if we look at it in detail, and this is something that we asked the women about their employment. So we asked about their type of engagement in the last 365 days. We asked them questions on if you are seeking work. If yes, that put them in the labor force. But if they said no, then we probed further about the kind of challenges. And here we actually asked them questions where the challenges, we did not ask them that what were the challenges or why they are not seeking work, but we gave them, but we were also prompting in terms of getting some responses from them. And then we also asked them to identify others. So we'll see what we got from there. And then we moved on to those who said no, to ask them that, are you available for work? and which basically means that if there is job which you aspire to, if there are jobs available nearby, if there are jobs which is giving the respondent remunerations that she would be happy with, if there are jobs that are catering to the needs for flexible hours at work. So all of those, if those are there, then will the woman be available for work? Is she willing to accept that kind of work? So there were these questions about willingness to work asked to the respondents. And then we also had activities and time budgeting, and this was something that was done in detail following the international classification of activities under the time use survey. And we had picked up certain specific activities. We customized it as per our requirements, and we'll get into that as the slides proceed. But mostly we have categorized them into economic work, unpaid household production. Economic work is about paid work that gives some amount of income, whether it is self-employment or whether it is employment for wages. Then we have unpaid household production. Then we have unpaid domestic services, which is household activities. Then caregiving activities, unpaid community work, volunteer and training. And then there are categories of women's socialization and leisure. So we just called out these activities a little more in detail, and that's where we spent a little more time during the survey. To see what, and these are the two blocks which were asked to the men as well, in terms of in attempting to see the difference in the responses. Having said that, we asked the men about their own employment status, about their own time budgeting, and we asked the men about the women's about the women's activities, and we asked the men about the women's time budgeting, to see the difference between men and women, as well as between the women's responses and for themselves and men's responses for the women. And that is where the highlights come in. Why doesn't it? Okay. So in the section on employment, there were certain tweaks that we made also in terms of understanding principal engagement. So if we go by the usual labor force survey methods, the principal engagement is in the past 365 days if there are 180 days of employment. For us, we basically tried to capture as many activities that women were doing, and hence we did not keep that cap of principal engagement. We asked them two questions. We asked them that what is the major activity that you have done? We did collect the number of days, the data on number of days that they have spent on that activity, but that doesn't determine their principal status. We also asked them what is the source of major income, which occupation or which activity brings the maximum income for the household. So that is something we did in terms of identifying the principal activity for the woman in the past 365 days. And then we went on to ask them about, and then we went on to see whether they were self-employed or wage employed by asking the prototype questions that is usually asked. And then we went on to ask them what are the other engagements that they had and how many days were they working on those engagements. And we highlighted and we collected up to 6 activities in that. And we realized that after one principal engagement, if that is there, then women usually spend time on doing other activities which would number in maximum 2 to 3, not more than that, throughout the year. And then we went on to identify whether they were seeking work and then whether they were available for work, which I explained earlier. So what we did was relaxing the criteria on the number of days in principal engagement. We increased the collecting the number of subsidiary activities that they were working on, women's willingness, and then women's work participation estimates in self-reporting and proxy reporting. What we found, and these are the broad ones. And what we found was women's work participation rate by the usual status estimates and by the principal status estimates by PLFS were much lower than what we found from our IWAGE survey. Now, except for rural Jharkhand in the usual status, which is basically 180 principal status, 180 days plus subsidiary activity that they have performed. In rural Jharkhand, we find 61%. And for the others, for our survey, it is 52%. So there is a 9% difference for us. And I think that is because of the sample, because we have actually looked at the worst areas in rural Jharkhand where the number of activities, opportunities were much lesser. It is also somewhat probably, which we're going to see again, because Shantanu raised that question last evening. And is it an enumerator bias? So we'll check that as well. But if you look at the principal status and if you look at the estimates that we have, it's clear that we have much higher estimates of work participation rates. And similarly, for the labor force participation rates is a similar trend that our survey shows much higher participation. And this we are trying to attribute to the fact that because we were asking women about their work, we were trying to, and that actually created this difference in the estimates of our estimates of the IWAGE survey and the survey that was, and the National Labour Force Survey. If we include the availability of women, that is willingness to work, of course, it goes up very high, which is in a way to say that there is a potential of so much women to join the labor force, yet we are not being able to activate that potential, which can be very equalizing for the labor market and for the economy as a whole and for the inclusive growth and blah, blah, everything that we talk of. Just to show that our survey was not out of the mark, to show that the industrial distribution, we followed the NIC codes, the National Industrial Classification codes at 2-digit level, and we customized it as per Karnataka and Jharkhand's activities. And we have found that it is more or less aligning with the PLFS in both Karnataka and Jharkhand, with some anomalies here and there. So that's one bit of showing that we were not very off the mark in terms of looking at in terms of the sample choice and in terms of the way we conducted the survey. Apart from this industrial distribution, the occupational distribution was also very much aligned. So that is also there, which is available in the bigger report, not in this one. The subsidiary activities, as I said, that of course we could capture one principal activity and then two major subsidiary activities. So two more activities, and it was more so for casual rural women. So women who were working as casual workers, specifically women who were daily wage workers working on per day rate basis, had more subsidiary activities. That probably doesn't come as a surprise, but we don't talk about it more often. So we just wanted to highlight that. And of course, people with regular employment did not really have too many subsidiary activities, adding to their number of activities. As I said that we were also aligning with the International Classification of Activity by the Time Use Survey, and the PLFS so far, any labor force survey for that matter, captures production of goods for final use, which is basically final use by the market, and then there is, and that's own use. And then there is production for the market. So there's number 2, and then there's number 11, 12, and 13, employment, wage employment, and self-employment included. What we tried basically was to look at the entire row to understand unpaid household production, unpaid caregiving services, production, and economic work, paid work, and also all kinds of wage employment and entrepreneurial activities under self-employment. Voluntary work, as well as and the socializing and leisure, all of that. So, and here basically we use the classification and we customized it, and we have a full list of what activities we were calling out when we were doing the when we were doing this conducting this whole survey. Here is the list of it. It is also there in the report. So, and what we found was that the anomaly that we were having in the principal status estimates for rural Jharkhand disappears when we do a current weekly status. That is, when we ask the women what they did in the last 7 days of the week, and we called out the activities, and we certainly tried to estimate the workforce participation rates of women from there. And what we find is that the IWWAGE survey, by calling out activities, provides a better estimate of women's labor force participation. Now, there are some insights about what are the drivers, what impacts women's work and all, which my colleague Bidisha is going to run through. But I just wanted to also highlight this I just wanted to highlight and bring your attention to this part of the survey, where it is where we are actually looking at the distribution of women as they have responded in terms of the time use on several activities, the classifications that we just saw. And it is very clear that unpaid domestic work takes up, and that is domestic work is household chores. And this is something that has been coming out in several surveys, that it is not the caregiving services, it is basically the household chores that actually take away much more time for women, especially if they are housed within housing infrastructures that are very lowly equipped. And therefore, if you can see the difference between Jharkhand and Karnataka, where Karnataka has better household infrastructure and Jharkhand has lesser, the time spent on household work is much more for the Jharkhand women. Caregiving, of course, takes up some amount of time, up to 15% of women's time in a day. But as industrially advanced Karnataka is, women's share in income earning activities is more in Karnataka as compared to Jharkhand. So clearly, employment deficits in the states matter. And from here, I want to digress into one more slide where I want to, and this is something that will be presented in detail if we have time for another colleague of mine across employment status and all. But just wanted to highlight on this slide that this is the women's work participation rate comparisons given by women's responses and by men's responses. And for most of the categories, we find that men are reporting when men are reporting less work for women as compared to women themselves. So the labor force estimates are more or less same in rural Karnataka, but less in urban Karnataka, rural Jharkhand, urban Jharkhand. And if we see this, the last slide that I just wanted to bring your attention to, and we'll again probably present it. Here, it is clear that women perceive their time spent on household and caregiving activities as much higher than what men are perceiving as women to do. And that kind of creates a very big anomaly in terms of how men see how men respond to the questions of the usual labor force surveys, and makes a lot of difference in the estimates of how women are engaged in economic activities and also in household activities and household production and caregiving activities. So yeah, I'm going to stop here, and I will I will ask my colleague Bidisha to present from the detailed insights. My team has worked very hard on collating and analyzing this data for us.
Thank you, Shona. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so I'll be sharing few findings from our IWAGE study on how different demographic and socioeconomic factors are actually influencing female labor force participation. So we can see that the female labor force participation rate is clearly higher for women with vocational training who receive vocational training as compared to those who didn't receive vocational training. And also the FLPR is higher among women without any childcare responsibilities as compared to women with childcare responsibilities. And this holds true across the states and across rural and urban regions. Also here, when we looked into the relationship between education and FLPR, we found a very flat U-shaped curve, which is telling that the FLPR is actually declining for women with secondary level of education. But when they're reaching tertiary level of education, it's increasing very marginally. It's not increasing significantly. So that basically indicates towards the fact that there are lack of suitable opportunities for highly educated women. And our findings show the presence of income effect, which basically says that women belonging to higher asset class, the FLPR is low among them. And this also holds true across both the states and across both urban and rural areas. Next, we looked into the type of employment in subsidiary engagements, and we found that the subsidiary engagements majorly consist of self-employment and casual worker. Yeah, that also holds true across both the states and in both urban and rural region. Then we looked into how women's engagement in subsidiary activities are actually varying across their principal type of employment. And then we found that women who are employed in women who are employed as casual workers or employed in regular work, they are actually more engaged in subsidiary activities as compared to the self-employed women. And this also holds true in both the states across rural and urban areas. Then we looked into the challenges that women face while looking for a job, and we found that a very significant percentage of women, this is for Karnataka, these pie charts are for Karnataka, across rural and urban areas in Karnataka, a very significant percentage of women are citing the supply side constraints like household chores and childcare responsibilities to be the challenges in their job search process. However, simultaneously, we can see that a significant percentage of women are also citing the demand side barriers like lack of availability of work and lack of suitable job opportunities as the challenges in their job search process. And the share of women citing the demand side challenges are actually higher in case of rural areas as compared to urban areas. Similarly, these charts show the challenges that women face in Jharkhand while doing the job search. And here also, a very high share of women are actually citing the supply side constraints, and also simultaneously, very high share of women are actually citing the demand side challenges like the unavailability of work and lack of availability of suitable job as the challenges in the job search process. But here in Jharkhand, across rural and urban areas, the share of women citing demand side challenges are actually higher as compared to Karnataka. So these are the factors which are actually hindering their willingness to work. And here majorly we found that it's the supply side constraints, as a very high share of women are actually citing household chores and childcare responsibilities to be the barriers that are hindering their willingness to work. However, restrictive social norms also came out to be a very significant challenge. The same thing holds for Jharkhand also. Across rural and urban areas, supply side constraints come up to be the major barrier hindering their willingness to work. And also simultaneously, a lot of women told that they are not allowed to work outside home. So the restrictive social norms also come out to be a very significant barrier. Now, we have run two multivariate analysis. In the first multivariate analysis, we looked into how the different factors are actually influencing women's workforce participation. And our regression results are actually corroborating our descriptive statistics. The first result we found is again through the regression results also we are seeing a very flat U-shaped curve between education level and workforce participation. So that means that as women are reaching tertiary level of education, their employment, they are slightly likely to join the labor force, but then the likelihood doesn't increase very significantly. Second, we found that women, this also corroborates our findings from the descriptive statistics. Women who received vocational training are actually more likely to join the labor force. We found that if there is another adult female member present in the household, that actually increases women's likelihood to join the workforce. This basically because of the burden of domestic chores getting distributed with another adult female member, which is facilitating their workforce participation. According to the regression result also, the childcare responsibilities come out to be a constraint as presence of a child in household actually decreases the likelihood of women's workforce participation. In the second regression result, we have run an order logic regression, basically to look into the factors influencing women's engagement in subsidiary activities. So we found that, again, presence of an adult member in a household by getting the burden of domestic chores distributed actually increases women's likelihood to engage in subsidiary activities. And when we looked at the type of principal employment of women, we found that women who are engaged in regular and casual work are actually more likely to engage in subsidiary activities as compared to the self-employed women. This also came out from our descriptive statistics. Yeah, I would request Prakriti to take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidisha. As Vidisha and Shona rightfully mentioned, that so these rapid time budgets helped us put nuance to the challenges that women claimed that they were claimed as challenges to enter the labor force. As Shona already presented, in this slide, we see that domestic chores take up most percentage of the women's time when we take the average hours of sleeping time from their overall days budget, time budget. I know this is a very cluttered graph, so I will break it down. So it's when we look at women's time budgets across employment status, we see that women who are self-employed, working as casual workers, regular salaried and non-salaried workers, we see that the paid time use especially is higher for women in rural areas as compared to urban areas. But what I would like to draw your attention to is that with respect to non-working women were the women who reported themselves as not being a part of any paid activity when we asked them about their yearly status. When activities were called out during the rapid time budget, they reported to be working in some paid economic activities, especially in rural areas where in rural Jharkhand, women reported to be spending about 2.4 hours in paid economic activities. When we delved deeper, we found that the activities that were mostly being underreported were related to livestock rearing and management. So that was one activity that we found was not reported in the yearly status, but was found in the weekly recall when activities were specifically being called out. But another important aspect when we look at these weekly activities is that regardless of women working in any employment type, and even if they're not working, the time share for the domestic activities and the caregiving activities remains almost consistent. That does not go down with respect to them working or not working or in any sort of activity that they might be engaged in as well. The time share for Jharkhand is relatively much higher than in Karnataka, as Shona rightly pointed out, between the infrastructural availability within the two states. But the type of employment does not help deter the time use spent on domestic and caregiving activities by women. And finally, across marital status, we notice that time used for domestic chores and caregiving activities slightly increases when women get married, and also their time for socializing and leisure reduces simultaneously. There are more findings for the rapid time budgets, and they'll be shared in much detail in our following session. With this, we wrap the part 1 of our findings of the study. Now I would like to ask our moderator, Dr. Shantanu, to take over, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Shona, Vidisha, and Prakriti for the wonderful presentation and bringing out there are a lot of findings, but it was presented very nicely. So just to summarize, I mean, what I can see, there are two sort of broad aspects to this work. So one is the measurement of it, that how to better measure the women's work. And the other part is the demand and supply side challenges for the work participation or willingness towards work participation. So the measurement, as we have seen that the estimates are different than the PLF's estimates. So there could be various reasons for that. So first is the respondent selection. Here, this study particularly considered women as the respondent compared to the PLFAs or any national survey, household survey. What we usually do is the most knowledgeable person is the respondent, and they may not be fully aware of all the activities always. And the number two is the how the type of questions asked and how those are asked, and with a specific probing technique, etc. So that also can contribute to the differences. The third is the definition of employment that is used at PLFS, and also here a broader definition has been used. So all these factors can contribute to the difference that we see here. And in terms of demand and supply side challenges that have been discussed, that also as mentioned in the presentation, that varies from depends on the contextual factors like state and the area of residence, rural versus urban, as well as the individual level factors like what type of employment women are in, and so on. So I'll stop here, and I will let you sort of ask questions and share your thoughts, perspectives, and comments, so that can sort of lead to, a second phase of this work, or even expanding this existing work. Yeah, I'll stop here. Yeah. Is there mic?
Hi, thank you so much. This was really fantastic work. I have maybe just some clarification questions for now, and then maybe later when the discussion gets going, some thoughts. Um, the big difference that you're finding, let's say for any of the two states between your survey and your comparator, is it because one of the things I have is whether you're participating in the labor force or not is a 1-0 variable. Either you are or you're not. But you're seeing a big difference. So is the big difference, like let's say 20-25% of women that you're bringing in, are all the women who would have been on 0, but are now being counted in because you're counting the subsidiary activities, which is ranging from 1 to 5, up to 5, as well as women who are willing to work are not in subsidiary activities, but you're counting their unpaid work in the care economy. And is there a way you can break that down for us so that we get a sense of what is the proportion that are these undercounts? And am I correct in how I've interpreted this? So thanks.
Maybe I can answer this complex issues.
We can,
to
okay,
answer.
okay, sure. Thank you for that question, Priya. I think somewhat very similar question was asked to us by Shantanu also. So if you recollect the slide that I had shown, this is different ways of estimating. When we are talking about willingness, we are actually talking about the available pool of women who can contribute to the economy and who can become engaged in the labor force. And that is a separate estimation. When we are estimating the labor force participation rate to compare with the PLFS principal or usual status, there are two things. One is that our principal activity is not restricted to 180 days. So we are anyways getting a number which is much higher. Even if a woman says that I have worked for 75 days in a year and that has given me the most income, then we have taken it. So that kind of inflates. And that is where one of the differences come in. And then there are the subsidiary activities. So that adds to it. So when we are comparing with the usual status, that is one of the difference. The difference becomes higher if you recollect the slide. If we compare only the principal status of the PLFS and our survey, it's much higher, basically because of the change in the definition. Because our principal activity engagement is not restricted to 180 days, it is actually going beyond 180 days. And as I said, that it depends on that. So, yes, we have done that. It is, we have not done that in this estimation, but we can have it because we have collected the number of days that they are actually working in. So we would be able to do that threshold analysis as well.
One more clarification
Sure.
question, sorry. So the subsidiary activities, they could be happening simultaneously with the usual or the principal activity. So there is some efficiency or whatever that women are manifesting in doing the subsidiary activities, and it is within that 24 hours.
Subsidiary is more about the seasonal one,
So
so
they're
it's not happening.
Okay, so they're additional. So this may be
Yes.
75 days or 80
Yes.
days plus additional
Yes,
subsidiary activities, which
yes.
is all getting counted towards the.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Vidisha, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, actually, I would like to. So if you are also referring to the weekly status participation rates, then we have called out the activities, called out the list of activities and asked women about their participation, whether they're participating in this particular activity or not. And this calling out of activities actually helped us to capture better, women's workforce participation in a better way. Because unless we are calling out, they often skip mentioning about their participation in that activity. So because of that, our estimates, our weekly status participation rates are actually.
Sorry, one more question. So in a way, you could be potentially maybe miscounting. I'm just because you are counting like in a week, these are the number of activities I've done. Some of those days are being counted also as days that you're counting as within the usual labor force activities. I'm not getting a sense of
Yeah,
because
so-
you're looking at in that estimate, you have the unpaid care economy work, the subsidiary work, and the usual, principal work. And some of these days may be overlapping, right?
See, I think there's not, I don't see any chance of overcounting. You will not miss it because the definition is either this or that or that. So, right, it will come in any of those. So I don't think it will overcount or, right, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, please. Go ahead.
Just wanted some clarification on the sampling because you did say that's 4,000 women and 800, but a little bit more on the parameters that you use to maybe, was it just random sampling in an area or was it because we do see that when there is another female in the household that is making a huge difference in terms of involvement in a subsidiary activity or even involvement in a primary activity. So what was the ratio in terms of, or was it just random sampling or could just.
So the 4,000 female and 800 male we have surveyed. Between the two states, we have divided the sample size equally. So 2,000 female and 400 male for every state. And then from every state, we have selected 4 districts, and the districts are selected in such a way to ensure a good mix of rural and urban districts. And after that stage, we have selected polling booths, and the polling booths are also selected in such a way to ensure a good representation of rural and urban female. And then after that, when we reached the polling booth, with the use of electoral roll, we have constructed the sampling frame of women aged between 18 to 60 years. And then the stratification of the sampling frame according to the age cohort happened. And then we did a proportionate random sampling. So the sample size allocated to each age cohort is actually proportionate to that particular age cohort's share in population in that particular polling booth. So 2 things we have kept in mind while doing the sampling. One is to have a proportionate representation of rural and urban women. Secondly, to have a proportionate representation of women in different age cohort, the 3 age cohorts, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, and 35 to 60. Yeah.
Can I add? Can I? Please.
One is I want to make sure that you have in your survey you have done 18 to 60 years only. So while doing the comparison, I hope you have done exactly the NSS you have taken only 18 to 60. And second thing so that is age group are comparable. Second thing I want to show is within the household, have you selected all the women in the household? No. So there is also an issue in that.
So that's what I just wanted to say, that that was not the consideration. The stratification happened as exactly Vidisha pointed. So it was more about age, but not around what is the composition of the household in terms of family members.
So the women's selection.
Yeah, so actually, using the electoral roll, we found all the women in a particular household, and then the first name which come in that list, that woman we have selected. If the woman, yeah, yeah. No, no.
How did you choose the ones household the male?
So yeah, to ensure some randomness in the male sample, what we have done, we have surveyed a male member from every fifth household where women are surveyed. But we haven't followed a very rigorous sampling methodology in selection of men. But just to ensure some randomness for every fifth household, we have surveyed the male member. Yeah.
Electoral rolls are very volatile lists. They are not as robust as census. So what we did was that we actually encountered a lot of missing components, individuals, people migrate, and we don't get them. So we had this thing about replacing missing by the next one. And if that is also not there, then by the next one. So that randomness we had. So just a disclaimer on that.
Another issue, just I think you may have explained sometime, but I forgot. So how do you sort of collate the individuals to a household from the electoral roll? They may have different surnames also, right? How do you do it?
Discussed that in detail. We had the household number in the
Oh.
Roles have been at some point of time, but the family has disintegrated.
That's what he's exactly what he's asking.
Yeah.
So household number is there, right? In the electoral.
So the address is there, yeah.
They seem to be like different surnames, different this thing, but they have similar household number. So we basically looked at that manually and segregated that by who are the members of each of the household, even if the household number looked same. Because see, the census or the NSSO does it by the kitchen, right? If the kitchen is separate, the household is separate. That's what they do. So here we do not have those information. So we did it like that. Like looked at the household number and saw the names manually. If the surnames differ, then that's what the basic. And it's not a very great sampling frame, but it is something that you can use probably for such surveys in the absence of a census. I mean, we are all waiting for the census.
Yes, madam.
No, I think quite a few that I had in mind you have answered, but I just wanted to know, you have 3 age cohorts, right? So what is the pattern? Yeah, what is the pattern of what do you see? What is the difference? Is it the
Findings. Okay. Yeah, so we found that women in the older age cohort, they are actually more likely to participate in the labor force or workforce. And also we found, yeah, that's one major finding.
Also, this child care responsibility.
Yeah, because of the.
Women belonging to the older age cohorts are more likely to join. Women in the older age cohorts are more likely to remain in the labor force, although even if they come with a break. Women in the younger age cohort are more likely to drop out. And this is something that aligns with all the work that we have done in the past. Because of household and childcare responsibilities, there's a high rate of dropout. Women in the older age group are more likely to be in sectors which are like agriculture and other lowly remunerated ones, not the ones in the higher value added, whereas younger women have more potential to join the sectors which are higher value added, gives more returns and have more potential for income earnings, greater income earnings.
So this also shows us that younger women are also supporting older women in the market, in the labor force, which we don't normally talk about.
That's important. And also to say that the older women are also supporting younger women in childcare even when they are working.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
right.
gives,
So there
that
is a-
comes out very clearly when we do age cohort analysis of the time budgets, which probably is not there in the
And just
right.
one more nuance is that you have taken many districts. I'm particularly looking at Jharkhand right now. Do you see any district variation depending on the infrastructure, the investment, the resources, anything out there? Any
So
observation?
there's difference between urban and rural, definitely. But rural, more or less, the districts where what we have chosen somewhat are very similar, closely located. So not much variation. So that's Karnataka. Only the bottled water part around Bangalore is the one that comes across as a.
Okay. Again, congratulations for this really exciting study. I wanted to pick up the findings around supply and demand related reasons for women either opting out or not applying, right? Like I think you had it was like, why are women out of the workforce? Can you say a little more on the reported demand side things? Because you didn't actually, I quickly tried to jot down the categories, but I think it'll be nice to know what are we considering and what are women considering demand side versus supply side factors. And I also wanted to unpack a little more on the 43% that said unpaid work, care work, which PLFS actually gives you more higher estimate, right? I think it says like 78% report. Got it. Yeah. It aligns with that. Okay. But even that, to unpack it a little more would be nice to understand. Again, is the presence of older women in the household, does that change things? And I don't know if that's a comparable analysis possible through PLFS also. And secondly, looking at urban rural within that would be also helpful to sort of understand. But I think I wanted to just understand how your, you know, what the implications of that are, because I think skilling, distance, these are things we have heard of. But I think the demand side in terms of, and I saw wage gap, perceptions of wage gap between male and female, work, underqualified, overqualified. So some of those things are actually very actionable if we want to actually pick them up. So it would be great to hear more.
Yeah, so when we looked into the challenges that women are facing while they are doing the job search, we found that the demand side, I mean, the percentage of women citing the challenges, if we look at that, then we will see that the share of women citing the demand side challenges and the share of women citing the supply side challenges are almost equal. The shares are almost equal in both Jharkhand and Karnataka. But the demand side, the share of women citing the demand side challenges are actually higher in rural areas. By demand side challenges, I'm meaning lack of suitable opportunities, lack of opportunities at all, and whether if they're overqualified and all these things. And by supply side challenges, I'm meaning the domestic burden of domestic chore, unpaid care responsibilities, etc. So, but one thing we can, between the states, we can see that the share of women citing the demand side challenges are actually higher in Jharkhand as compared to Karnataka. Yeah. So with the present, what happens to the challenges when there is another adult female in the household? That actually we haven't checked, but we can check it. That will bring some interesting insight. So that we will do later. Yeah.
But the time analysis definitely shows that older women, when they're present, are actually supporting the younger women in their care activities. Whether that is a support for women to go into work or not, that connection is not made, but that's certainly there. So yeah, there's a lot more that can be unpacked. But just to add that even the on the demand side, what you asked, in addition to what Vidisha said, perceptions on incomes or in certain jobs also played an important role in terms of their responses and that getting recorded. So that's one. Yeah.
Can I go next? Oh. Hi, my name is Shreya and I'm a reporter. So my question is emerging from my experience reporting. Firstly, I would like to say that this is an excellent work, and I want to, I think, take on the point about the, presence of adult female presence. What I wanted to ask is there a difference in participation based on the sex of the child, in the sense that a presence of an adolescent female child, at what age does the gender of the child lead to, at what age does, like, the transition from a care recipient to a participant, and yeah, something on those lines, yeah.
We are, we are yet to reach there. We have the data. We'll do that. Certainly, that's an important question, but we haven't done it so far. So we'll
Okay.
definitely reach there.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah, Shona's right. We do have data for that. Like we also asked follow-up questions on different activities as to who helps them in the household. So once we, I think, get to actually looking at the data and analyzing it as to the sex of the child and also if it's a daughter or if it's a son, I think that will give us more insights there.
There is Mahima.
Oh, can we?
Mahima is there, then Asha, and I think Priya had raised her hand. Yes.
Yes, thank you for this very elaborate presentation. So this is about the kind of work which we have included there in that volunteer and other such work, and how it is distributed between wage and self-employed. Can you just throw some light on that?
Could you please repeat the question?
No, I was asking what are the categories of work included, the nature of work included under that or found in under the volunteer work, unpaid volunteer work, and is there any difference we found between the wage employed and self-employed categories? Was that looked at?
So volunteer work is mostly community work that is recorded on, I mean, whatever is recorded on that.
Yeah, is there any difference you found? Or
So volunteer work is anyways work that is not paying anything. So there's, if you're asking whether that is doing a wage and self-employed segregation, no, because
No,
there's no
okay.
income. Because it's just community work which is voluntarily done, like honorary work, unpaid. That's to understand. Yeah.
Yeah, so in the later section, actually, we will show the time use pattern and I mean, in self-reporting and also what male are reporting, proxy reporting, that will come in the next section.
Hi. First of all, congratulations. This is a stellar study and much needed. We definitely need more work around measurement of women's labor force. So in the evaluations that we've been doing, we come across this repeatedly where we see that women do not self-identify as farmers and as workers when they are primarily taking care of livestock. And that echoes with what you also found, right? And so ILO recommends recovery questions to recover women who are in the first instance not identifying as paid workers. So my question is, A, what kind of recovery questions did you build in? Because PLFS doesn't have any. So how did you correct for that? What is your learning around that? Second, why did you choose 365 days as the reference period? Different surveys use different reference periods. So was it to align with PLFS and compare with PLFS? Or were there other reasons? Third is, did you find seasonality to be a factor when measuring this? Thank you.
Three questions, Mahima, from you. Yeah, but if I may just come to the last one, which is pretty straightforward. 365 days is a standard way of having a recall period. That's one of the things that we have done. But of course, we changed the definition, as I said in the very beginning, that 180 days is a threshold for any usual principle like the one that PLFS does. We did not put that just to capture more, because and our subsidiary was over and above what they're doing in their principal. So just to see how many activities they're doing, engaged in, and for how long. So those days are there. We can do some threshold, but it's just to see, just to capture more. On the, what was the first one? Sorry. The recovery questions, as I said, that it's a follow-up. and going beyond the binaries that are asked in PLFS. I wouldn't say that they are not asking recovery questions. They are. If you look at the modules of the PLFS, they have included after 2017, 18, 19 modules, they have included, but mostly the questions are, the responses are in binaries, yes or no, and with very limited options as choice. So for example, one question asked from where Yamini was quoting that, why are you not seeking work? That's there, and there are very limited questions, I mean options, like 4 or 5 options where they have clubbed a lot of things. So you can't make out much, but you can say that 81% of women belonging to the age group 25 to certain benchmark are in rural areas have said that household work keeps them away from the labor market. And that stops there. For us, what we did here was we were asking questions about, I mean, we did not stop after we identified the woman as a non-worker. So we asked first, are you looking for work? Similar, in line with the PLFS. And then we did added to that what kind of work are you looking for? And then we added that if they said, no, we are not, then we added, are you available for work? If work is, and then there are options, and then there are also ways in which they are expecting their work. That kind of gives us also the demand side about non-availability of work. So that's how we have done it. We have constructed the module. That the module will be available also with the entire report, so that those questionnaires will be there. The report is right now at the design stage. Once it is done, we'll upload it and we'll circulate it to all of you, the full report.
Thanks, Sona. Yeah. So we have time for a couple of more questions. Yes,
Just-
Priya, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Next.
not really related to sampling or calculation, but just an understanding. The difference that we see in what men see as women's work versus what women budgeted in terms of their time and work. There is a very obvious explanation, but I don't want to jump to that assumption. And I was wondering, is it because of the innovations that you have introduced that we see that perception difference in accounting? That's question one. Question two is a more of a reflection on the whole. It's very interesting to know that the higher you get educated, the less employment there is for women. So what are we going to take away in terms of skilling and investing in higher education for girls from this data set? The third question was around volunteerism. And I have a big sort of concern around that, because if we look at what is happening around SRLM across the country, so much of the rural development work now is being channeled through the SHG federations. So is it really volunteer work? How are we accounting for that time and budget? And is it fair to just call it volunteer work and therefore get the state to do its work at cheap, unpaid stuff?
Shall I take this, Nitisha? Okay, so on the voluntary, yes, definitely, that's a concern, because the way that labor force surveys identify voluntary is what you're saying. For us, we basically probed in terms of the community service, in terms of how they're doing. If they're doing some community creches, if they're doing some community kitchen, if they're doing some community socializing, that while they are not cadres of the government service delivery mechanism. So that voluntariness is there, captured a little differently from what, because we are aware about that. So that those things, like we trained the enumerators, what we have got, we didn't have much control over that, because the workers themselves identify as community workers, even when they are getting honorariums and they are part of the community cadre. So that distinction is difficult. We have to admit that that's probably something that we'll have to check better ways of capturing later. The first one, again, I'm forgetting the time. Yes, I'm glad you asked that. That's going to be there, another round of the presentation, but just wanted to say that there was some analysis that we did, and it actually showed that men who were doing or sharing the work, caregiving work or domestic work, had a better perception of how much time women spend on those activities. And that is very clearly coming out from our data. So yes, there is this thing. We'll be speaking about it a little more in the next this thing. And you had a in between. That I think should not come as a surprise to us, whoever is talking about the dearth of employment, better employment opportunities. I think if there's a higher educational outcome indicator, and that is that we are also explaining by what literature we have, that if you are highly educated, then there is a dearth of employment as per the woman's expectation. We can do it, but there is definitely lower employment for higher education. Absolutely, for the women. Maybe first.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I think we have time for a couple of questions only. Yeah, so you can. Yeah, yeah.
Not on, so if I understood it correctly, I think you have also asked whether the innovations in the female questionnaire that is actually leading to this perception bias. So the innovations don't have a role to play here because the additional modules we have kept in men's questionnaire where we are asking about the corresponding females' employment details, their weekly activities or time use pattern. The same questions we have asked to men and women. So, I mean, whatever innovation we have introduced in the modules, the same module is being asked to men as well. So the innovation won't have a role to play in the perception bias particularly. Yeah, thank you.
So it's just the gender norm perception, I think. So yeah, Asha. Gmol and that, yes.
Firstly, congratulations. Delighted to see your results because this is what we've been arguing since the 1970s. So the results are not new for us, not unexpected at all, right? It's just thank God you got this. But even within what you got, you're getting far better results for Karnataka than you are for Jharkhand. So my worry there is, were you actually able to capture the work that women were doing in Jharkhand?
No, so yeah, it's more about reflection. So you're right. As I said, that we had we had only up to a limited extent of control over the enumerators. There are a lot of enumeration issues that come up. We are cognizant of that. Karnataka, of course, we had a better team. In rural Jharkhand, there was the issue, I would say, is, of course, there's a reality that there are dearth of jobs. Women are not finding enough employment or enough activity to engage in. So that is reflected, which is why the results are so different. And it could be some amount of enumerator bias, which I had said in the beginning, that due to differences that we'll have to work on better. I just want to make a point that we also realized when we are talking about the perception bias and all, the way we collected information and we made sure that it should be done like this, that we kept the men and the women separate. We asked them at separate points of time because asking both men and women at the same time in the same location would definitely not give us the differences that we have seen. So that we ensured up to that. After that, it's definitely there's some amount of enumeration gaps, which is, I think, we have to live with that for all surveys.
We have to rectify it.
Okay.
I agree. I mean, we have to do monitoring for that. Okay, so any last thoughts, Jimol or Nita? Yeah.
She had a
So-
response to Asha.
Can I?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I actually wanted to ask you, you were saying that you followed a broader definition of employment, except for 180 days. What were the, how broad was it? Of course, 180 days, if you had taken it, one could compare it with PLFS data. It would have been good to have that. Also to see how bias comes in PLFS data. Another question, I think you should do it because that's very important. Another question is about, when you were talking about time budget and the activities that you called out,
own use production of goods is there. And in own use production of goods, collection of water and fuel is included. And that is not actually part of the PLFS data. So how do you compare the weekly status, PLFS weekly status with your weekly status data? I think that's a question. So I wanted to know whether these were included or excluded from the calculation. Then the question about presence of children, I thought, it will be good to look at the age group wise presence, because earlier studies have shown that if you have children below a particular age, then the participation could be much lower. And as the child grows, they may have a different pattern. So since you have data on that, I think it will be good if you can do that. And the last question is about the proxy. You didn't allow proxy reporting. I looked at the time use survey and have seen the data for those who have reported proxy and not. In fact, it is women who are over-reporting men's participation, men's work. It's actually not so much in terms of men under-reporting women's work. So this is something which I found in the time use survey, a macro survey. So, something that I think your survey could also, look at. Thanks.
So I would like to respond to the weekly status participation rate. So that basically we have estimated the weekly status participation rate based on their remunerative engagement in agricultural activity, livestock management, household business, and if they're working for payment, wage payment. So, and the domestic production, unpaid household production, we have collected information for rural women on that particular category, but that's not included when we are calculating the weekly status participation rate.
Part of LFS employment calculation.
If
Part of it is there. It is only some, I think. Yeah. So you have to include a section from own use production of goods for to calculate your weekly employment status.
So.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think children data is also there. So they did some analysis, so probably didn't present it here. So any last thoughts, Jiman? We'll have to close the session. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this, your major difference that you have brought in is this 365 days and not this thing 180 days. So first, what Neeta said, that you should have an estimate with 180 days. Only then you can really compare it with them, with the PLFS. Otherwise, it doesn't work. The second thing is that even within that, I think Shantanu pointed it out, you have to have some threshold. I mean, you can't say that if somebody worked for 1 day, then also she's employed. Yeah, so some threshold has to be there on that. The other thing is that when you allow people to decide, whatever time that they want, then I don't know whether some kind of a discrepancy or what, I don't know what statistically what these people will call it, the statisticians, some kind of a bias are we introducing into it, by not having some standard format in that thing. The other thing, I have a lot of questions, but then I'll keep it at short. The ILO framework that you're talking about, I didn't quite understand which ILO framework you are saying you followed or something. There's a 13th ICLS and there's the 19th ICLS. That thing that you were showing there, that was actually the 19th ICLS. And LSSO is not following the 19th ICLS, whereas you were saying that this is what the PLFS does. So you have to be very careful about what you're saying when you're sort of referring to NSSO or ICLS, and then, the audience that doesn't know that think, okay, now we're doing ILO stuff, right? Even the NSSO is not following the 19th ICLS yet. We fought on that quite a bit. Yeah. So I'll stop here. I think we have a lot of time later also.
No, I think she said these are very important.
Yeah. So great. I mean, very interactive session. Thanks particularly to the audience for being so active and participating in the discussion. Thank you so much. So we'll have the next session now, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. For the second part of the presentation, the discussants will share the insights on perception bias with evidence from the IWAGE study. This will also be followed by a Q&A session. For that, I would like to welcome Anik Chaudhary, Research Associate IWAGE, and our moderator for the session, Radha Chalapa, Executive Director on the dais, please.
So when Shona was setting the context and also in the last session, she must have mentioned perception bias at least more than a couple of times. And I'm sure this is an important aspect which has been captured in this study. I'm looking towards my two team members, Bidisha and Anik, who would be talking more about it. So first to Bidisha.
Yeah, so that to capturing the perception bias was the major purpose of doing the mail survey. So I'll say that among the various measurement issues which basically leads to underestimation of women's work, perception bias is a significant factor which basically arises when data is collected through proxy reporting and not through self-reporting. And to capture that perception bias, basically we have added 2 modules to the mains questionnaire where we are asking men about the corresponding females' employment details, which is the principal employment, subsidiary employment, their type of employment, type of industry, type of occupation, and also about women's weekly activities and about women's time use pattern in various paid and unpaid activities over the previous 24 hours. So if we see the women's participation in economic activities, then we can see that, can we start the PPT? Yeah, that would be. Yeah, so here from this graph, we can see that when we are asking female about their economic participation, their workforce participation, then the rates are much higher as compared to when we are collecting the data through asking male. And similar sort of perception bias we see in case of weekly activities and also in women's time use pattern in both paid and unpaid activities, which my Anik will talk about in details. So I would request Anik to take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidisha, and thank you all. So if we look at the measured activities which are being underestimated or overestimated by the men, so we can see unpaid household production and unpaid domestic services are the two major activities which are getting underestimated by the male, and unpaid caregiving services and more or less the socializing and leisure activities are getting overestimated. So if we dig deep into the extent of deviation in reporting by men, we can see around unpaid domestic activities in Karnataka, rural and urban, is getting underestimated by 3 to 20 minutes. So the x-axis, the bottom part of the x-axis, the negative part is underestimation, the positive part is the overestimation. So we can see that in Jharkhand, the underestimation, both the underestimation and the overestimation is higher. So there is much more misreporting in behalf of the female. So now in unpaid household production, these are the activities, sub-activities which we have captured. Here we can see that in all the activities other than husking of paddy and in Jharkhand, other few activities are getting underestimated. And if we see the extent of underestimation or extent of deviation from the self-reporting, we can see in Jharkhand it is less underestimated, that is around 14 minutes on average, and in Jharkhand, in Karnataka, it is 24 minutes. Now, if we see the unpaid domestic services, the underestimation is much higher in more or less in both the states and in both the region, rural and urban. And this is the extent of underestimation. Here, see the Jharkhand on an average is underestimating females' time use by more than 1 hour, and in Karnataka it is 3 in rural and 20 minutes in urban. In unpaid caregiving services, you can see that in Jharkhand, there is every sub activities are getting overestimated by the male members, and in Karnataka there are few activities which are underestimated, but majorly it is overestimated by the Karnataka male members of the Karnataka households. So if we see the extent of deviation, so overestimation is present in both the states. So overestimation of women's time use by 20 minutes in rural and Karnataka and in 10 minutes in urban region, and while it is more than 1 hour in Jharkhand in both rural and urban. Now, if we compare the domestic and care work between men and women, so we can see the purple graph is for males' time use, and the blue bar is for females as self-reporting, and the gray one is female as reported by the male. So we can see in domestic services, male are actually participating less. Their time use, average time use in minutes is much less. Female are doing much more, and as per female as per male is lesser than what females are self-reporting. In caregiving activities, the opposite is happening. Male are participating more than the self-reporting of female, and the estimation of females as per male is much higher in case of caregiving services. So there are also some anomalies in occupation and industries of women as per men. In Karnataka, 14 to 10% of men have misreported the corresponding women's NIC in rural and urban region. And in case of Jharkhand, it is much higher, that is 47 and 16%. And in Karnataka, 18 and 13% of men have misreported the corresponding women's NCO, that occupation in rural and urban region. And in Jharkhand, it is also higher, that is 38 and 15%. Now, if we have conducted a logit model. Here we found our dependent variable was 0 as overestimation or approximate estimation, and 1 as underestimation. So here we found that men in those households where women are employed are less likely to underestimate the female's time use. Men who don't engage in caregiving work are actually underestimating females' time use more. Not underestimating females' time use more. Married men, compared to unmarried men, are underestimating females' time use. And male belong to the middle asset class are underestimating females' time use rather than the lowest and the highest asset class. So these are the findings. So I will finish my presentation here. So thank you.
Thank you, Binisha. Thank you, Anik. So what is coming out is that men undervalue women's work, whether paid or unpaid, and could be closely related to stereotypes, gender, and social norms. So I open the floor to question and answers. And also, if you can please introduce your name and from which organization you are.
Hi, my name is Varun, and I'm from Population Foundation of India. And I really want to congratulate you for this study, especially for time budget. You know, that is very interesting aspect when it comes to even in economics. So my question is related to that only, that any reflection on that, are you going to estimate that economic cost of unpaid work done by women? Any reflection on that?
We'll take your questions and then.
Yeah. My name is Arun. I'm from TQH Consulting. Just
couple of clarifications. Is there any indication of what is the relationship between the male who's reporting on the women's time use? Is it a husband-wife relationship or others? And secondly, the overestimation and the underestimation by males, do we have any sense of whether female respondents themselves over or underestimate their contribution of various activities? Yeah, thank you.
My question was on that logic model that you did on the perception bias. So how are you looking at, there are really very few men in the whole scheme of things. So who are you comparing with whom? It's just like 600 households, or what is that?
Hi, my name is Sohini. I'm from JPAL. So my question, I think Anik, there was a slide where you were comparing domestic and care work, right? And you showed how the underreporting, overreporting varies. So if you could share some thoughts on why that was happening, probably in terms of how you were measuring it, which might have affected, or any other reasons, if you want to shed some light. Thanks.
So before they start answering, one thing I just want to reflect on Neeta's earlier point about the proxy reporting. While women overestimate men's work, we did not ask the men, we did not ask the women about men's work. We asked the women about their own work. And that is related to the question that you were asking, that whether they are overestimating or not. We took that as a benchmark. Yeah. We asked men about women's work to see how they are perceiving women's work. So that is one of the overarching frame under which we were operating. And hence, while I completely agree with what you're saying, that women have the tendencies of overestimating how much time men work for, especially in economic work, that is also driven by the norms and the cultural beliefs that operates within the society. So very, very, very much driven by that. Men are also driven by that. So those biases, just we wanted to highlight that they may result in these kind of informant bias. Just wanted to say that.
So on the male relationship with the female, so the male members which we surveyed, either they have to be spouse of the female member or any other adult member in the household. So not always they are the spouses of the females, but yeah, mostly they are. Yeah. And yeah, the sample size is 800 for that regression, because the sample size is 800 male for that regression, where we have surveyed the male members.
Yeah, so the last question you have asked, that if we see the care, if we compare the males' time devoted in care work, we can see that male are more involved in the elderly care work, and in female, the women are more involved in the child care work. So if we add all the sub activities of care work, actually the elderly care work is boosting up the male's time use. But in case, if you look at individually the sub activities, the child care is actually higher for women, where male are not participating.
Sunita, she had a question.
No, thank you for this. I was just wondering whether the word misreporting is the way to write it or differently report it. Just, I mean, as a matter of research language. But I was just a comment that I wanted to make was that in a study that we did both in Delhi, long time back, and in Jharkhand, Hazaribagh and Ranchi on women's safety, and we had 25% sample men on perception of violence against women. Interestingly, if you use social norms as a basis of the analysis, it wasn't so. Their reporting was higher. So I was just beginning to think whether in this particular case, not related, but just my line of inquiry. So are they looking at their own households, or they're looking at women in general? What is the way that the question was framed? Are they looking at a larger subsection of women? Because, we were very interested at that time to find, even recently in a FGD we did with men in the month of January in Jharkhand in rural areas. We asked them what are the kinds of violence that women face, and some of them said there's nothing happening here. So I just would like to explore this a little further if you have any data. Thanks.
Hi, brief question, Jayapadma from Women's Fund India. So, interesting study. I think a sign of a good study that you get more questions. This is really, I mean, it's not featured here, but I'm quite sure you'd have the data in terms of the differences in responses related to caste groups or caste categories or socioeconomic categories. So, I mean, maybe at a later stage, but it would be really nice to see what sort of differences come out. And a related question was, I mean, I don't know, this is probably with the previous presentation and not so much on the perception bias so much, but what is the effect of quality of, say, Anganwadis and other government services on women's workforce participation? If the quality of an Anganwadi is better, or, those kind of community services are better, I don't know if there's any reflection on the willingness of the women to participate. Yeah.
Monica.
Thank you. I think I'm a little uncomfortable with this, very straightforward connection between men are thinking like this and women are thinking like that. I think because you already have data in terms of age, in terms of, the composition of the household and all of those things, I think it would be really helpful to bring more insights in terms of age category, in terms of composition. If there are more women in the household, how are the men perceiving the role of their wives? Or, if it's an older couple, how is the relationship changing in terms of understanding each other's work? I think those kind of nuances would really help in bringing a little bit more grounding to what you're calling as perception bias, rather than just this clear straightforward. Because education, a lot of how having mobile phones, this the younger generation with more information, all of those things I think need to be brought together to be able to really then say that this is actually a perception in terms of or perception has not changed or perception has changed. Also, very interestingly, your previous slides showed that richer families, women are working less, which is also somewhere we are, because there are also studies which shows that the richer that you are, your patriarchal notions, your gender biases become stronger. I think those aspects, also bringing those in, would be really helpful.
Hi. Hi, my name is Priya Nanda. I just wanted to know how do we qualify whether this is a perception or like the underestimation is because men perceive this, or they actually don't know because they're away during times that women are doing certain types of work that they're not actually able to adequately capture. And again, it depends how these questions were asked. So, were they asked for the days that you are at home and the women are at home for these activities? Or were they asked on an average last week? Because, and again, when they are talking about that caregiving work, who is the reference woman they might be thinking about? Like whether you ask that. So for the reference woman X in your household, can you recount, how many hours of work? So those would be, I'm just building off that. Even I'm not finding this linear understanding of differences on men and women's, whether this is really underestimation and over. There are differences, and I think that's important. But and then also, if we got these differences very, very accurate, What is the implication of this? What are we really trying to drive from here? It would also be interesting to see. Is it, I mean, I have some thoughts, but I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. Hi, so I'm Himanshi. I work with UNDP. So my question was regarding the findings from the Logit model on the perception bias. So I saw these two findings where you've written that the underestimation of men reporting the work is more likely for rural areas, like men in rural areas compared to men in urban areas, and men belonging to middle class, middle asset class versus men belonging to the lowest asset class. So how do these two findings like sort of reconcile? Because men in rural areas are more likely to be belonging to the lowest class. So were there some sort of interaction variables added to understand these contradictory findings?
So maybe I'll just go first, Vidisha. Yeah. To Sunita's answer, question, we were basically asking the man about the woman's employment, the woman who we have surveyed. So that's pretty simple. If it is a spouse, then about the spouse, and if it is the other, if any other, about that, just to see how different they are. So that was pretty simple. Jaya, of course, and that also answers a part of Monica's question by caste groups. And I'm going to answer this linearity because it looked very simplistic. We basically chose to present only this. So the team gave me a slide deck of 130 slides where we had all of these disaggregations by age group, social group, consumption group, education groups, types of employment. And I was just dropping all of that to say that we would not have time to show so much. The larger report has all the in-depth analysis in terms of how do we perceive the time differences. This is very simplistic. I was sitting there and I was feeling very uncomfortable as I was hearing out that this is coming out like this myself, knowing very well that there are several nuances. So what we have intend to do in the report to add all of this disaggregation just to show that this is not homogeneous, this is not linear. There are a lot of nuances in the time budgets because that is something. And I would actually just again give the disclaimer which Jimol had pointed out in the earlier session, that it is not the best way to capture by calling out and asking how much time you're spending. And the objective and the idea with which we did this was just to capture if we are able to discern any differences of opinion, any difference of responses between the man and the woman in the same household in terms of what they are doing. So that is on the linearity, on the simple analysis of very, very complex this thing. And of course, the richer families having less FLFPR, our studies are showing it very clearly. All of those slides, I was just telling them, just drop it because we won't have time because there's so much packed into a very small time. And I just wanted to highlight the few things. We were just very careful about highlighting this thing. On Priya's another question, whether the men were not informed properly about what women were doing around the time they were not there. So that is something that is a very crucial question, but that they were actually just, responding from their sense of perception of what women does when they are not around. So that's one thing. Himanshi had a question on the logit regression. I know Vidisha will be able to answer that better, but just to say that uh, when we do the education-wise analysis, when we do the geography analysis, when we do of all of that, it actually shows that men who are more aware, not more aware, more educated, the urban areas, or better, or to say that men who are actually um, contributing to the household work are more aware about the kind of work and the activities that are done for the household, and therefore the reporting bias is less. And for men who are not there, the reporting bias exists. That's the only thing that I would say, but there's maybe something more that we should.
Yeah, so we haven't have any interaction term between rural and urban areas and asset class. So these two are, I mean, the variable for the rural urban areas capturing the just that effect, and the variable of asset class just capturing the other effect. So we haven't included, but later maybe we can think of including. On childcare, so we haven't collected that information whether the females are availing of Anganwadi facilities or not. We have the information whether the household has a child aged below 5 years or not. Yeah, so that information we haven't collected. Yeah, that's it. Ani, would you like to add something?
Any more questions? Yeah. Yes.
So hi, this is Rashmi from Sahaj. I have two questions. One is regarding the weekly time budget that you have done in addition to the survey with the women. So have you done something like that with the men as well, where they have reflected on women's time in the recent past? And another one was, it's actually about the previous session, but you have mentioned presence of second female in the household makes a difference in terms of labor force participation. So have you done any analysis on the age of the second woman? So is it elderly woman or a child who's taking care of a few things in the household? Someone who's below the age of 18. So I was just wondering about that.
The second question, we have taken the woman, the household where there are women present more than 18 years of old. So adult moments, all that.
The weekly status, we have collected men's perception about women's participation in the weekly activities that we have done. Yeah, we have seen the difference also. Yeah.
See, when you've done this men reporting the estimation and the female reporting, is the sample the same? I mean, are the men that you have about 800 sample? So are you taking the same women? Okay, and then just a confirm. It's not the old women person.
One thing that came up before also, so it's mostly spouse, but I don't know the sample size for non-spouse men. But to see the difference in underreporting or over-reporting that you see, like spouse versus other men reporting women's work. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, we actually found we have a
Going from here to here to here. Very nice. Thank you.
So from the regression findings, we have a finding related to this. So married women, they are actually more likely to underestimate women's time use as compared to unmarried men. Sorry, married men are more likely to underestimate as compared to unmarried men. Yeah. Unmarried men underestimate less as compared to married men.
So if there are no more questions, then we conclude the sessions. Thank you for everyone for this enriching discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, discussants, for this insightful presentation, and special thanks to the audience for being so engaging. We will now break for lunch and requesting everyone to reconvene by 2 p.m. if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. नहीं नहीं फोन उनके पास ही है ना, नंबर उनके पास है। कोई बात नहीं, वो हो गया ऑन तो उन्होंने, मैंने अनम्यूट किया था, म्यूट कर लिया उन्होंने। नहीं नहीं the audio and everything is working. One, you can unmute and like, yeah, can you unmute and say something?
I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
इसको बढ़ाएंगे आवाज. Hello, are you able to hear me, ma'am?
I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear
But
me.
I think your voice is not coming. Can you say now?
Can you hear me?
Not from the Zoom.
Okay, wait. You can't hear me now, no?
Not from Zoom.
Wait, I'm going to hang up the phone.
Okay.
Let me just see. Are you able to hear me?
I'll hang out and check. No, I think.
Can you hear
please
me?
check.
Madhura, can you hear
नहीं, ऐसा
me?
नहीं किया.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
ये आवाज आ रही है. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Madhura.
Hello. Others are still eating lunch, I guess. But anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they can hear us.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
they're saying that they can't hear me. I don't know if they can
hear you.
Okay, okay. Let's see.
Hello.
Yeah, we
Hello.
hear you. Hi.
Hello.
Let me just call him.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay.
I'm just going to call one of them.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay.
अरे ये डाउन तो इसका वजह से तो नहीं देख हेलो
Hello, hello.
But everything seems to be okay. Can you unmute Rosa and check once because you're on mute right now?
I just muted, but I was
Okay, okay,
previously.
okay.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Yeah,
एक
so
अलग से केबल डाली
can you, Madhura, can you say something?
Hello, I'm here.
Can you hear that? Can
Hello.
you hear Madhura? So I think it's an issue from your end.
Just one second.
Uh.
वो तो इतना अच्छा चेक था
Hi, Madhura.
Yes,
Can
hi.
you hear?
We can hear
Hi,
you.
Rosa. Hi, Madhura.
We can hear you.
Can you see us?
No.
Madhura can't? I think
Yeah, can
Madhura
you
looks
hear
like
us
at least
now?
lost.
Can you hear me now?
Rosa seems to be okay.
Yeah, I'll just hang up the phone.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be starting soon. Could be
Okay.
holding the port.
Okay, it's working.
Can you hear us now?
If they are able, only when they are able to hear us.
Now we can see you. Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, okay. Oh, you are there. Dr. Mohanan has reached Delhi. Yes.
Did you see him elsewhere just before, or?
Yeah, we are at Trivandrum, whatever shall we say. We meet up in Trivandrum.
Okay. I was in Trivandrum this weekend, actually.
Okay, I've been here, well, tried to be here most of June and July. It's not working. But anyway, I have spent more days than usual here. So last week, yeah, when did we meet? Thursday we met, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Were you at CDS or something, or just you came on?
No, I was at CDS. There was a workshop happening with
Oh, the INET. The
Yes,
INET thing.
yes.
I saw that. Listed speakers.
Yeah, it was very nice. Also very
May
nice.
I have everyone's attention, please? Can we please get seated?
I'm not sure how we're going to participate when they can't hear us. So hopefully they'll fix it.
They can hear now? No.
No, because we're speaking to each other. It doesn't seem to be.
यूएसबी पे जाएगा नहीं नहीं यूएसबी मत करो
We will give each other a comment.
हाँ इस पे हाँ स्पीकर इस पे एक सेकंड
Can you hear us?
देखो अब नहीं आ रहा आ रहा नहीं नहीं आ मेरी बात सुन यार अपने हिसाब से तो तुम्हें इधर भी इधर भी हाँ दोनों पे दोनों लगेंगे ना एक सेकंड can you please speak? Hello?
Can you hear us now? Can you hear me? Okay. Madhura, do you want to give it a try?
Can you also please unmute and check? You are mute.
Yeah, yes, I'm unmuted.
Okay, this is perfect. Thank you. Shruti. Yes.
काम तो छेड़ ही नहीं रहा सर
अरे जो भी हुआ पता नहीं क्या हुआ
The next session, which is a panel discussion on measuring women's work, recognizing competence and addressing challenges.
चेक करा फिर
Because they are not able to hear you.
उनको सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है जो जूम पैनलिस्ट से।
तो मैम बोली वो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे, वो लोग तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे, म्यूट है उनका माइक।
No, we can hear the person who spoke just now. अभी हिंदी में समझ सुना हमको, पर जो माइक से बोल रहे डायस से वो नहीं सुना जा रहा।
बोलिए मैम। कौन है भाई, कौन है? एक्चुअली क्या नाम है? उधर से चेक करो ना, वो सुन क्या छेड़ दिया। कुछ नहीं छेड़ा। भाई क्या यार।
Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
क्या आवाज आ रही है?
So before we begin, let me just quickly do a round of introduction.
मैडम थोड़ा तेज बोलेंगे।
The session will be chaired.
मैडम बोलिएगा थोड़ा तेज बोलेंगे क्योंकि ये आवाज ही बात करने बहुत सी नीचे कर दो, वो मत छेड़ो।
Am I audible now, Rosa and Madhura?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, finally. Great. So the session will be chaired by Dr. Yamini Atmavilas, Director, Gender and Equity, DASRA. Dr. Atmavilas is a recognized global senior gender equity and inclusive development leader with over 20 years of experience and is someone who has been a part of the journey of IWAGE since its inception. Our speakers for the session are Dr. Jimol Unni, professor at Ahmedabad University, a specialist in labor economics focusing on informalization of labor and production systems and the gender implications of this process. Joining us virtually, Dr. Rosa Ibrahim, assistant professor at Azim Premji University. Her research focuses on the informal work and women's employment with particular interest in issues at the intersection of labor statistics and women's work. Also joining us online, Dr. Madhura Swaminathan, professor at the Indian Statistical Institute. She is a prominent Indian economist and academic, known for her extensive research in the areas of rural development, agriculture, and food security. Joining us here, Dr. Neeta N., professor at the Center for Women's Development Studies. She is a distinguished Indian scholar and researcher specializing in gender studies, labor economics, and informal employment. PC Mohanan sir, known for his expertise in labor statistics, employment surveys, and data quality assessment. He is the chairman of the Kerala Statistical Commission. A very warm welcome to you all and over to you.
Thank you, everyone. In preparing for this panel, I think I was more nervous than ever before because all these people are people whose work I have read to actually create my own understanding on women's labor force participation, except Rosa. I'm older than Rosa. And maybe Neeta, I'm not sure. But I'm really excited and grateful to IWAGE for allowing me to be part of this conversation. But I think my role will be very limited. What we thought of doing is having 2 rounds of discussion so that we don't have too many rounds, and we want to hear more from the experts because I think this morning we got a lot to sort of think about, digest, and the expert panel here will actually help us sort of make sense of different things that we heard. And Madhura and Rosa, we missed you in the morning. But there was a very long set of presentations. I'm not sure how much of that you've sort of already seen. But what I'll do is for the panelists who are in person here, I will ask them to reflect a little bit on what they heard, how are they making sense of what the findings are, but in light of what we're seeing in labor force trends, labor market changes, and so on. And a second round to all panelists in common will be what next, right? Like, how do we take this forward? What are some ideas? How do we build this into existing sort of opportunities, or should we think of creating other new opportunities? And for Madhura and Rosa, first round, we'll start with you, and maybe start with you, Madhura. I thought what might be, can you hear me? Okay, great. I thought what might be great is to actually, if in case you don't have the benefit of having read through the entire document fully, I think just having you talk about the topic, right? What are some according to you, and given the work that you're doing both across time use, agriculture, labor, looking at what are some of the major challenges you are seeing and what might be some interesting innovations that you have been using either in surveys that you've been conducting or broadly around the, in the field, what are some ways that you see actors engaging with this question of measurement, especially measuring women's work, given that we are seeing a lot of paucity in different kinds of data. Enterprise data is very limited. I don't think we've seen the 6th economic census for, we haven't seen an economic census since the 6th one. So I think just looking at that broader landscape, would love to sort of hear your reflections on both the more specific question around measurement, but the larger question also around sources of data and where do we see promising sort of efforts. Over to you, Madhura.
Thank you, Yamini, and to IWAGE. I caught a little bit of today's morning's presentation. But I, as you say, I'll let others who heard the full thing reflect on that. So first, I want to say that I think this question of measurement and our discussion of women's work is really becoming more and more important. And from my perspective of someone who's been studying rural economies for a long time, with the kind of male migration that we see, actually more and more the rural economy is not just the labor force, but I think in terms of many other decisions, it's rural women or it's the women in rural areas who are going to drive the change that is going to happen. So I think this issue has been there for a long time, and many people have written about, how do we measure or how do we think of women's work? But if anything, for the rural economy of India, it's getting to be even more important. The second point I'd like to make is that what was used by IWAGE at sort of time use survey and what is time use data that is being used by many people around the world is, I think, most appropriate, though of course in terms of time and effort, it takes much more than a labor force survey. But I think regular time use surveys are needed. And particularly if it's just perhaps even smaller samples, I'd leave that to others to discuss. But if it is a smaller number of women, but we have time use data, not just because it's better at collecting data and we're able to capture, basically we're able to capture the woman's activities throughout the day or 24 hours, but also because how we are going to aggregate or disaggregate these activities can vary not just over time, but with purpose. So I think what's very important always is, what is the objective of the exercise? Is it to give an estimate of unemployment, or is it to estimate, women for some social welfare scheme, or is it to look at the burden of care work? So depending on the objective, we may cut and paste or we may reclassify activities. So I think that is the scope, which a little bit when you asked about domestic duties in the earlier, in the NSS rounds, that was being captured. So I think that idea that we, even in labor force surveys, if we can ask a little, I haven't thought about how to design the questionnaire, but ask in little more detail about not just call it domestic duties, but ask about other activities that women engage in. I think that would be one way to kind of get more information, which can be added on. For example, in subsidiary status, taking care of kitchen, garden, or livestock, these special activities, that SSA category is no longer there in the PLFS, which was there in the employment-unemployment survey of the last one of 2011-12. So I think while recognizing that time use is very important, we have to find ways we can strengthen the periodic labor force survey. The third point I want to make, and I think it's very important, this new ILO definition, and I know Gmol is sitting there, and Indira and all of them have written about it, is this distinction between work and employment, and that activity which is done for own production is work and not employment. I've thought about it a little bit, since it's, again, for what is the purpose is the question. If it's to look at employer-employee relations as ILO may want to, if it's to look at trade union rights, then obviously working at home for own production, unionization is not so easy. So I think whenever we think of concepts or definitions or measurement, the objective has to be very important. Now, if the objective is in to some way measure or assess women's contribution to the economy, I think this is going down a bit of a dangerous path, separating work and employment. For those of you, so employment is for pay or profit, and work is, for own production. And I think that category was used in the morning, if I remember. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because what is for pay or profit and what is for own production also varies. In some seasons, you may sell surplus milk. In some, you may keep it only for home use. So I'm saying this because livestock activity we have found throughout India is mostly women who are doing animal rearing and livestock work, care activity, taking care of the livestock. So in some seasons, it may be sold as milk for profit. In some seasons, it may not. So how are you going to be able to separate, particularly if it's a one-off survey, how are you going to be able to separate what is for own consumption and what is for pay or profit? And do we really need that distinction? I think we have to think seriously about that, because I think it can undermine women's work. I mean, there's a lot of work they do that is not counted in SNA. Even that which is counted, if we separate it as a category, I think it's a little problematic. I'll say only one more thing, because we'll have another round later. The last point is, I think the weekly status is again something which was used this morning and which I have also found is very, very important. Rather than usual status, we're looking at women's work and women's activities. And what we have found is there's huge seasonality. And this is going to be my last point. Again, it may not be so important for the urban economy, except for some occupations, which you don't have during, say, the monsoon months. But for the rural economy, what we have found is that during the peak season, the harvest season, all women are in the workforce. They're working, they're employed, and they're in the workforce. Whereas in the lean season, you have a very different picture. And of course, this harvest and lean season will vary depending on the agroecological and other factors. But I think weekly status in that sense perhaps is better able to capture women's work. And if we can bring in seasonality into this, then that would be even better. So I'll stop there for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhura, and great deep dive into the rural sort of perspective. And I think this morning there was quite a few comments also that brought that to attention, that rural women's work is looking a particular way, but there's also such a large change happening in the rural economy across paid, unpaid, voluntary work, that it's something that we should definitely dive into more. Over to you, Rosa. Maybe more of the urban perspective comes from you. Not sure, but over to you.
Thanks, Yamini. And thanks to IWAGE for the invitation. I did attend most of the morning session and it was really quite interesting. So I actually want to start off with some sort of insights from our own work, which kind of speaks to some of the findings and some of the questions that were raised in the morning session. And after that, I want to kind of add 2 points which builds upon some of the points that Madhura also raised. So on the discussion in the morning, I just want to draw upon some work that we had done in slightly ill-fated year for surveys, which was 2020. So we launched the survey on, it went on the field in the first week of February. We had to prematurely terminate it on March 13th. But despite that, we were able to collect about individuals for about respondents, about 6,000 respondents. And this was actually done in collab with IWAGE, so support from IWAGE. So thank you for that. And actually, one of the big mandates of this survey was to look at similar questions that was presented today as well, which was basically how does proxy responding affect labor force estimates? And also, how does the nature of questions affect women's reporting of women's employment? So what we did was we had a random sample of households that we selected, and in every household, we randomly spoke to one randomly selected adult male and one randomly selected adult female. And if this male-female pair happened to be a spousal pair, we asked them to report on each other's employment activities. So it was not just a self-proxy reporting, but what we also did was we didn't just ask a single question, we asked the activity-based questions. So similar to the ones presented, we asked about, we called out different kinds of activities. And we did the same when we asked the husband about himself, but also did the same when we asked the husband to talk about his wife. So what we find is that men tend to underreport women's work, and something that kind of is reiterated today morning as well. But what I want to kind of build on from our study and speak to some of the questions that were raised is, what are the mechanisms and how is this, why is this underreporting happening? Is it a simple linear kind of that men just don't recognize and there's a norms around what women do? So what we did is we've done a few, simple econometric regressions and used different proxies to capture different mechanisms. And broadly, what we draw upon is this framework where we say, well, the underreporting of women's work can come from different channels. So one kind of channel is that men just don't have the information. They're not at home. Or the kind of work that women do tends to be marginal. It tends to be performed intermittently. It's not spread, it's not over a solid block of time. And because of that, this kind of constrains the recognition of women's work by the proxy respondent, who in this case is the husband. The other kind of channel that this underreporting can happen is because there's a norm, there's a conceptual difference in way the concept of employment is understood. So, for example, there are studies, I think in the context of Honduras specifically that I'm referring to, which finds that when women are talking about themselves, they're very stringent in applying the definition of employment to themselves. Whereas when they were to characterize somebody else's work, including other women, they're actually far more lenient in what they consider as employment. So it could be just differences in conceptual understanding of what constitutes employment, but then it could also be just issues around norms. So you don't want to say that your wife is in certain kinds of employment, and that could also constrain the underreporting. So what we were finding and what we first found is that there is underreporting, but actually the underreporting is not systematic by the type of work. So interestingly, what we found was that men were actually over-reporting women in self-employment, and they were underreporting women in wage work. And also what they were doing is they were underreporting women in contributing family work. And it was almost a very clear overlap that when women would report themselves as contributing family workers, what men were doing was that men were identifying those women as own account or self-employed workers. And so there's a actually very fine distinction between contributing family work and self-employment. And that distinction is whether they receive pay for that work that they do. So what was happening is that women are recognizing themselves as unpaid contributors to the family enterprise, whereas men are recognizing women as contributing to the family enterprise. That is, they're saying that they're self-employed, but they're not kind of recognizing the unpaid component. So which is why you have this mismatch. With wage work, there was a clear underreporting. And here is where the mechanism potentially comes in, is that what we found was that if the wage work was something that the woman was performing intermittently, it was not something that she did for the majority of the year, that is where men were likely to underreport women's wage employment. So it was not really coming from a norms channel and a sort of fear of social censure around reporting these kinds of employment that could potentially have been constraining that could have been explaining that underreporting. So that's just broadly some of those things that we found. So you have these different mechanisms at play, and they also differ by the type of work. I also want to then just come back to like broader reflections based on this. And I think as somebody who works with these and also is very grateful for the fact that PLFS now has these kind of yearly estimates, one sort of overarching principle that I would like to go with when we make further recommendations is also that ideally these series shouldn't break. So we've been asking questions in a particular way, and I think it's important to continue using that using that framework, in which case, and in the interest of the series not breaking, I would think that the next best way to do this is to actually build upon augmenting existing survey instruments and schedules. And when you talk about augmenting, I think there's two ways to think of this. One is augmenting around questions of work and augmenting work which is not employment, and augmenting around questions of employment. So I think from our experience with the field surveys as well, what we found is around augmenting questions on employment, just a simple tweak of calling out multiple activities was tremendously effective in better capturing women's employment and men's employment as well. And I think this is a simple introduction to survey instruments that can really help us unravel a lot of the kinds of employment that women and men are doing, but also get at better estimates. So that's the augmenting on the employment side. And augmenting on the work side, as Madhura also mentioned that earlier, we had these very detailed questions on forms of work which were not employment. But the other way to think of this is also around having supplementary modules. So you may have certain thematic focuses for labor force surveys which change. So the core of the survey remains the same, but you have supplementary modules. It could focus on different themes like time use or labor underutilization, forms of seeking employment, the kind of multiple activities that are undertaken. So if you change thematics and you add a supplementary module, that changes, just to throw light and provide flesh on some skeleton of matters that we know around some of these supplementary questions. So that is my broad thing. I think on urban, actually, I don't have much to add. The only thing I will point out is that, so we've been recently speaking to a lot of employers, largely in the urban context. And one thing that we found was the huge seasonality in urban employment. And I think this is something that often gets lost in the discussion. So a lot of employers, particularly in the case of services sector, are hiring for 2 to 3 months. And that's all they want. They hire during, so for example, in Bata, there's huge hiring in the months of March, April, May, just before school reopening season. And a lot of this hiring is in retail services and particularly of women. And I think that is also something to keep in mind. I mean, it's that seasonality is not actually restricted to rural areas. And when we're thinking around these questions, particularly in the sort of new forms of work and the gig kind of and temporary contracts that have arisen, we should be keeping in mind the question of seasonality in urban employment as well. So I'm going to stop here and looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, Rosa. I'll turn to Neeta again, because you've done also a study around time use. So would love for you to.
Yeah. So what I will do is that again, I'll talk about the study that we did, which was part of the ILO pilot testing that was undertaken in different countries. So we actually did 2 sets of studies. One was a rapid ethnographic study, which was a very quick kind of a study where we actually used a semi-structured questionnaire. And then we had 1 day of shadowing, and then an interaction with the person with whom about whom we collected the data. So it was on 3 different days that we did. And in fact, this was the findings from the rapid ethnographic study was supposed to feed into the development of the tools that ILO was going to use in terms of the labor force and time use survey that they were going to conduct in different countries. So I think the rapid ethnographic study did give important insights into what is missed out when you use a structured questionnaire, or we used a semi-structured questionnaire. In fact, we didn't go with a very structured questionnaire, any employment or time use questionnaire, but a semi-structured questionnaire. And in that, when we collected data, there were questions which were largely asked informally because we had local investigators who were familiar with the context. So there were questions that they had suggested in terms of our discussion as to what should be asked in terms of when we capture work. So those questions were actually informally asked. And the data that we got, and then the next day when we did the shadowing, we understood that there is a lot of information that was missed out in terms of their reporting of what they did, especially in terms of own use production of goods, which is now becoming, which is, I think, this is not a new issue at all. It has been there. I think since 1970s, the whole question of invisibility has come from, it's actually from there. So own use production of goods, especially rearing animals, all that was missed out. It was not reported as work. Some did. And there was also over-reporting that we saw. Like women in different age groups, they tend to claim that they were the main worker in terms of rearing cattle or, looking after animals. But then there were younger women who claimed they were doing it. So within the household also, that we actually did all the women in those households. So to see whether there is a difference in terms of age group also in the rapid ethnographic study. So, so we found that a lot of own production of goods was missed out, and also a lot of care work. Housework was actually reported much more than care work. Care work, a lot of care work was underreported, especially supervisory care. So that actually helped in terms of developing the tool that ILO subsequently came up with. And then we had the second round of survey, which was the LFS time use survey. It was a quantitative survey. We didn't have any, qualitative information collected in that process. So it was a quantitative study, and we did it in 3 districts in Haryana. The rapid ethnographic study was also done in Haryana in 3 districts. We didn't do the LFS DUS study in the same districts except for NU. The rest of the districts were new. And we selected 910 households. From each households, we selected 2 individuals, 1 man and 1 woman. And each of them, we had, canvas 3 sets of segments of questionnaire. One was the household information, then their labor force profile, and the third was the time use data. So, in terms of labor force survey, we actually had used the truncated version of the labor force surveys that was used that is used internationally because it's ILO format. So we had to use it because it was given to us in terms of piloting it. So and where the ILO 2000 the new framework of ILO was actually the base of it. So we had all that 9-fold classification of what's been now talked about, and I'm sure Jimol will be adding to that discussion further. So we use that ILO framework in terms of capturing the labor force part of the part. For time use also, we had the CATIS classification, and what in terms of findings, when we use the labor force survey and when we compared it with Haryana rural urban labor force workforce participation rate, we found our surveys were showing much higher participation rate. And I think it was basically because the discussions, that the training that we had with the investigators, and the discussion on time use, and the kind of activities that should be classified as work, as maybe as care work, as housework. The discussion on work and its different activities did help in terms of capturing employment profiles of people better. I think that was an important learning that we had, because when they are exposed to discussions on the complexities of what people do on a day. And we used our rapid ethnographic study insights to train the investigators so that they were trained and they were able to capture. We had 26 investigators doing the survey on different days, and of which 16 were females. So it was also that women talking to women, and also understanding the complexities in terms of activities and where and how to capture those was something which really helped in terms of capturing the even the labor force activities. And that meant that we had higher workforce participation rate in our survey compared to the LFS survey for 2021-22. That's what we compared. So that was one. And for time use survey, when the 2019 time use survey is available, so when we looked at the Haryana time use survey data, we found our data showing higher participation. Of course, it's almost 90% of women, 90 to 93% of women reported they participated in it. There was not much difference in terms of participation. But in terms of time spent, especially for childcare, we found what is available from the macro time use survey and what our data has shown, there is a difference. Because we had, like morning, someone was asking recovery questions on supervisory care, because that is something that we learned from our ethnographic study. So we had questions on recovery for supervisory care, where that is because we found that was actually a question that needs to be kind of propped further. So because of the recovery question, we had, when you look at care, whether it is child care or elderly care as a large segment, it was showing much higher, value for time, in the sense that higher, the time spent on care was much higher than the time use survey data that was available. So I think that is something that we need to look at, and whether that kind of recovery questions could be incorporated into our surveys, because that can at least help in terms of correcting some of the issues that may just that may be there in a normal standard questions that we ask. And secondly, I think the possibility, because this was an experiment to see whether it is possible to combine regular labor force surveys with time use surveys. The experiment was, the piloting was basically for that. And the tool was not so elaborate, the time use module. It was not very elaborate. It was a short module. And we found that it is possible to actually combine labor force survey with time use survey. Of course, our labor force survey schedule was not, not as long as the normal labor force surveys are. It was a truncated version. But even with, we feel that even if it a couple of pages more of those questions on labor force with the time use module, which is a short module, is something that's possible. May not be, may not be a regular feature, cannot be a regular feature of the labor force survey, but it can be done probably maybe once in 2 years, once in 3 years, alongside the labor force survey, because that will help us also to look at the linkage between the whole question of employment and also people's engagement in housework and care work. So I'll stop here and then come back to whatever questions we can take up in the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have to be brief now. So I'll just raise this whole issue of this usual status versus this weekly status. This is something that we've been sort of stuck with since 1972-73 or so, when that Dantwala committee came up with this idea that that you should look at it at different time reference periods, that is the 365 days and then the 7 days. And we also have something called a current weekly status, which can broadly be said it's an average day in a week. Even more difficult to understand that particular concept. But one of the reasons why they did it is partly because of the whole issue of seasonality. While we are all saying, and we have also been arguing that weekly data, which is an immediate thing, is a better way of looking at there are two things with it. One is that you don't actually capture the seasonality, because unless you're running this weekly in every season, you're running it 4 times a year or something like that. Otherwise, you will not get the seasonality. And that you can see very clearly when you look at the estimates of the usual status and the weekly status. So if you look at the PLFS 21, 22, I think, the usual status male was 78 and rural, and it was 76 in the weekly. But the women's falls very much when you look at the weekly status. So that the female rural was 36.6 and it falls to 29.2 if you use the weekly status. I'm reading this out of the NSS report. And similarly, the urban male doesn't fall so much, but the urban female falls from 23.8 in the usual status to 17.5 in the weekly status. So while we are all arguing that weekly status, and we have also argued that in various NSS committees, that we need to look at weekly status because things are changing very rapidly in the period of a year. So because of, all everyone has been saying, like you work for 3 months. I think Rosa was pointing that out. People are hired only for 3 months, even in urban areas. So while that may be true, you have to be very careful when we're taking a weekly status, because otherwise you are getting this much lower employment rates. And you also are getting it lower, except for that one. I still think that there is some issue with that rural Jharkhand, where you are getting a higher rate. So the reference period that you're using, even if you're using usual status, there is a reason why it was probably put up in the beginning. No other country, I think, in the world uses this usual status. Only we are using it. And the reason is because those grandfathers of ours realized the seasonality of work in India. And now it's extremely difficult to get it out of the NSSO's DNA. So it's there. And it's not totally useless, because it does give us estimates which are, and again, the other thing about this is the principal and subsidiary. So I did my PhD under Professor Praveen Vilas, who is one of the grandfathers of this and the NSSO. He was very insistent that whenever you talk about women's participation, you cannot take principal activity alone. You have to take principal and subsidiary together, because otherwise you're going to miss out most of the women's work. So there was a logic in that usual status and a logic in that principal and subsidiary activity that we should not miss when we're going about it. So I'll try to be brief. This time use study, which was done in 2019. Actually, there's one that is just finished or going to finish right now, again in the NSSO. So this proxy respondent business, where like she was pointing it out earlier, the males are reporting a higher, the females are reporting higher economic activity for the males. So the bias actually goes both ways in some sense. And also we have to see in the time use survey. So the original idea of this, I don't know what the original ideas were, but one of the ideas is that it will help us to improve the workforce participation rates, because you are asking every half an hour slots of women. But there are a couple of issues. I've never really seen in Indian time use working out workforce participation or labor force participation out of a time use survey, because it's really difficult thing to do, because there are a lot, and you people also have the issue that there are multiple activities going on, and then there are multiple activities going on simultaneously. So somewhere when Sona was speaking this morning, she said that you actually get more than 24 hours. Because people are at the same time doing two things. No, you're looking after the child and doing your economic activity. So then how do you count that? So if the purpose of having a time use survey, one thing is, of course, to record more of the care work more carefully. And then when we talk about strategies, I'd like to talk about what are we going to do with that. Suppose we do find out what exactly people are doing with care work, what do we do with that? But the time, how do you calculate a workforce participation of course, then the question is whether you want to count the number of workers or you want to count the tasks. So if basically we are counting the number of workers because we need to count the number of, and also like, Mohanan was pointing out, a lot of this data is not just collected for fun. They're collected by the national statistics because they're used to create that GDP estimates. And those GDP estimates are the most important thing on this earth for every economy, whether it is China, India, or the Netherlands, because that is what is telling you that we are so great or not so great, and that we are growing so greatly. So that is the most important figure. And I have come across this while, a lot of discussions within the NSS, because I've on several committees over periods of time. And we can never get them to move out of these estimates of employment, unemployment, and that informal enterprises survey, because that is supposed to be inputting into the GDP. Though now I doubt that even that is done. I think that they are just, projecting forward what GDP, which is already there. But so these things are all tied to each other. And, and since it's been there for generations, and there is a logic for why they were there in the first place, and that logic has not been completely removed. So it's not going to be so easy for us to, change it. The one thing that we did change was entering this informal sector and informal employment questions into the questionnaire. But I think about that, I'll talk later. And so I think for this thing of time.
5 minutes.
5 minutes equals.
After listening to Jimor, I thought I will slightly change what I wanted to speak. Because she mentioned the grandfathers, but I am not the grandfather, but the father of some of these things. So basically, if you run through the entire thing, the last week, just 2 lines, in the beginning of all these exercises, we had a different set of concepts like gainful occupation, pay, profit, and all that. The census used to collect that. NSS also tried. These were not serving any purpose. And then the employment needed a little more stronger definition. Dialogue came up with all that. So that is how the Dandwala committee also said one-dimensional figure is not useful in India, which I think is the best stating. A single-dimensional number is not working in India. It will not work. But everybody wants only one number now. Nobody wants to look at more than one number. So this is how. Then in 93, 94, when I was in charge of the NSS, so we brought in the economic activity concept of prosperity and all that. So we linked the employment measurement to performing in economic activity, and economic activity was measured as to what goes into the GDP system of national accounts at that time available. So that framework has been continuing almost exactly word by word. We have been doing this. So that was the conceptual thing we have changed it to that. And this, as she already pointed out, there are a lot of other uses being made into that. But meanwhile, these issues of this participation of women not getting into picture, that was quite known to all. And then a lot of questions were asked. Initial questions were continued, but I think that did not serve much purpose. Then the question of time use surveys came up. We did a pilot in about 6 states at that time. Then to another 20 years for them to be convinced that you need. Now I am more than convinced. I think they are more than convinced. They do one more, I think. Probably, I don't know why. Because even the first one perhaps has not been analyzed all that well. But what is now in the last few things I have been associated with survey and present one is that certain things have been established now. One is the sensitivity of the survey instruments in measuring the thing. On that, there is no question now that these survey instruments are very sensitive. And just to give an example, the census used to measure employment and the women's participation used to come so low that because it is the local school teacher who goes to the household and he knows what is being done. But in the last census, nobody is here from UNICEF. No, UNICEF gave them a lot of literature, booklets, and all that, saying that all these activities are work. They showed pictorial kind of thing that was distributed to all the enumerators. And suddenly we had a rise of about 20% increase in the women's participation. So the instruments, the survey instruments, and the way in which these are administered, that has a lot of importance in, a lot of significance in this. That is what these 2 studies are all establishing, that the way you are. And of course, the third thing is the respondents. In government work, there is hardly much scope for selecting the respondent. Now, whoever is available, because there is a time limit kind of thing, they have to go finish the target within so many days. But the respondents are very important, as we already seen in this these 2-3 studies, we are very clearly think. Now, so that has been now very clearly established. We reached a level when we know that these are the things. But the issue which Jimol has raised is that because of the government's own use of this employment data for various other purposes, including statistical, economical, political, and all that. So how do we actually go about the further on to further these studies and all that? And time use surveys also very clearly. So if you look, ask the same question in the same way, they get a what participation rate, which is comparable with that. But if you look at just the participation, have you participated that of course in the activities of the SNA, it comes to almost double of that, just if you're looking at plateau. But whether that can we translate, how do we translate that participation into a quantifiable measure of work? That is the issue that is coming out all this. I don't have any solution to that, basically. And probably that is where we are debating the whole thing. So this is what I was thinking about when the way we have traveled in the last 70 years. Now we have specifically reached a stage, I think, where we need to think of something more to suggest that. But ILO, the last one is this ILO thing which you mentioned. No, they come out with a slightly different framework now, where they have this employment work, which is what is generally understood as job work. You get paid for that, you have something. But they added all the unpaid activities also as work. So work is there and then employment. So these two, then volunteer work, that is again. So if this framework is adopted, then naturally our actual employment will show a much lower figure very clearly, because we have paid and the casual worker, only those categories come down. And work might go up the other side. So how are we going to take into and use this data set into already an established system? So that will become a major challenge. And I think so far you may be knowing, but I'm not very, there's no plan to use these things now, basically. So there will be, so that is we have reached a very, a particular stage from which I think there are a lot of experts now, more ideas have to come and then, but I am not very sure whether we can change the system of employment data coming from the surveys in there, because it has become too complex now. It is not just an issue of technical things or definitional things. There are a lot of other issues that come up. So those things are beyond us to deal with. That all that we have to do is now perhaps follow that. There's no other alternative immediately. But these surveys have established very clearly certain issues.
Thank you so much. That was an extremely rich masterclass in measuring women's work and response to the IWWAGE survey. I don't know, Shona, do you want to do a quick Q&A for a couple of, in case there's pressing questions to a particular speaker? I think let's just open up only if you have a particular question to anyone who's spoken. Otherwise, we'll do another round and we can have an open house at the end. But in case you wanted a clarification or something that someone said really deeply resonated, before we forget what it was, and I want to give everyone a chance now. Okay. Okay, great. Well, I don't know who's more in the hot seat. I think Jimol is in the hot seat, but Mohan and Sir used to be in the hot seat with the government engagement piece. But all of us are in some ways. I want to go back then, I mean, in the same order, because Madhura and Rosa are online. I think I want to pivot now, although I think Mr. Mohan sort of left me a little bit slightly feeling a little gloomy. So I want to pick up our spirits and sort of understand, okay, what's possible? Because I think we all, I mean, we're seeing, increasingly from, the IWS to the IWAGE study to, CWDS work, everything is showing what I think historically has been undercounting of women's work. So I think the fear that data may, some of these findings may be used to inflate women's work. That aside, I think some of those agendas aside, I think for the feminist sort of economists and the feminists who have continuously been concerned with the invisibilization of women's work, I think this is an extremely heartening sort of moment in time for all of us, that we are seeing more and more work that is robust, that is defensible, if I may say that, to say that methodologically and in terms of measurement, there's huge strides have been made to actually at least throw light on ways that women's work is undercounted. And in fact, the 80% numbers, I think at some point, I think I remember seeing in the 90s also reports and work being published that was saying actually, no, it's not 25% or 30% or 40%. Women's work participation is actually 75 to 80% if you count all the different economic activities. So I do think that there is a sense of validation that this brings us, and also excitement that there is methodological and instrument sort of feasibility today. So I think going back to, again, I'll ask a very single question and just leave it open. In terms of whether it's process, instruments, respondents, purpose, as well as what the actual thing we want to estimate are, whether it's informal work, whether it's newer understandings of newer forms of work like gig work, whether it's looking at women's work in a different context, whether it's about understanding how digital is reorganizing women's work. I think there's lots of different paradigm shifts that we are in the middle of right now. So just keeping that framing in context, and also the traditional sort of questions remain with us on how do you estimate agricultural work, women's role in agriculture is shifting. So without losing sight of that, but understanding that there's more and more layers of complexity as we look at how work itself is evolving. I want to go back to the panelists and start maybe with Madhura, with you on what are some of these areas that you feel there's innovation happening, or also what gives you hope? Like, where do you see some interesting ways that one can influence just the discourse around women's work more, right? Whether it's doing it in private surveys like this, or in ways to influence opportunities that policy and MOSPI and Niti Aayog, some of these, there are exercises ongoing there as well in the public policy domain. Do you see, ways that one can use some of these insights and learnings to actually inform how women's work is measured there? So it's a two-part question. One is maybe three. Over to you, Madhura.
Gosh, I'm being asked to tackle the big questions first. So I want to just say something else, which is I think our Indian statistical system has ossified, and I think Dr. Mohanan agrees with me. And to say that they are never going to change, well, we can say that, but after starting from the early 1980s, and in fact, I was part of a time use survey in 1981, one of the first in India. A time use pilot, and we got a time use in 2019. So I think I won't say let's give up and let's not ask the NSS to change, or any other official agency, because if maybe it won't happen now, it will happen after 10 years. So the younger people like Rosa will have to keep fighting. What I think was said that at least the very least, let us demand a time use survey annually, or we have to move, and as many of you may know, many countries, whether it's Sri Lanka or Vietnam, are doing regular household surveys, panel surveys. I mean, the statistical system in many of these countries is doing a huge variety of surveys which are not being done by official statistics in India. So I think it's time to call the bluff of the Indian statistical system and say that, we need and we demand more surveys. And I would put on my top of my list is regular time use, even if not every year, it could be every 5 years or 3 years or something. And to add to that, particularly as someone who is very concerned about the rural economy, and even if we had a census, I'm sure 60% plus would still be in the rural economy. We saw so many went back during COVID. We have to also be able to capture seasonality in some way, because I think that's an important point, that weekly status. I didn't mention the small survey we did in Karnataka. We went in 3 seasons and we did 24/7, 7 days continuously, and actually did major time in hours worked in weekly status, not just asking the respondent, but counting the hours, and got very different answers from very high rates of work participation. As I said, 90% plus in the harvest season, about 60 in the lean season. So asking for seasonality in some of our surveys in some way to bring in seasonality, and also for regular time use surveys. I would say number one. Number two, I think it was mentioned in the morning, if I remember, and why I'm saying we need time use, not just the labor force, is that domestic work or care work is the biggest constraint for women's. If I remember, that point came up. And just to remind some of the young people, that point was first made in the A.V. Joe's edited book, Limited Options, in an article by K. Nagarajan that, Nata, Dori, Jose, all of them had written there. So we've identified the problem a long time ago. But how do we know what is the care work, or how do we substitute that care work with other forms of, social services? Because I think unless we have that, that constraint is always going to remain. I'm not talking about there are social constraints and cultural constraints as well in India, but taboos and other things. But so I would say let us start with this. Let's start to see if we can change, what has happened. I'm not hopeful, but I'm not a pessimist either. I think change is possible. Thank you. Yeah, I'm stopping for now.
Yeah, Rosa?
Yeah. So I'm going to take off on the doom note, but I will bring in some, some hope at the end of it. So on the doom note, I completely agree. I think our statistical system has ossified. It's got priorities rather mixed up. There's issues, and I think we all know that. And I think one of the consequences is that, of course, there's a problem of just things not being updated. And I think one thing that I particularly see as an issue is, this idea that if you also, bringing in the idea of seasonality also in the urban sector, one thing that we are not able to capture is movement between jobs, for instance, right? You could have somebody who's maybe, as per employment records, employed throughout, but there's a lot of flux that happens in the sense that they're initially in some industry, then they move to some other kind of occupation. So they move across different kinds of occupations. And this is not something unique to women, but I think that has been sort of one of the, consequences, and a negative consequence of the fact that because we've ossified and have not been able to keep up with the very changing nature, completely dynamic nature of the labor market. So we're really, the kind of evidence that we are getting doesn't really answer a lot of pressing questions that we have around work and employment. So I think that is a consequence, and I kind of echo the doom statement, but I do hope that we will start looking at some of these questions. And where does the hope come in? I think for me, one big hope really is the kind of discussion that we're having in this panel, right? And I think something that maybe Shona had mentioned earlier is that a lot of the things that we're saying now is actually been spoken about by feminists, sociologists, anthropologists, much before. There's been anecdotal evidence, but I think what gives me hope is that there is now very solid empirical evidence. And not to say that one is more valuable than the other, but unfortunately, in the eyes of our policymaker, one seems to get more value than the other. So now we do have empirical evidence to support that, listen, we are not capturing women's work, right? And this is the potential ways in which we're not capturing it, right? The other thing is that I think some of these studies also allows us to give some range, right? It tells us, well, you're getting this number, but this is possibly the extent of mismeasurement that you're getting at because of the ways in which, either because of sampling or because of the way you ask the question or because of who you ask the question to. So that can help us caveat some of the findings that we have. And I think sort of future area of work, I think something that maybe we should look at more, given that, the statistical system itself is ossified, or maybe it'll take time for things to change, is trying to triangulate with other sources of information. So we've now got large administrative databases, one of which is the EPFO. Maybe a lot of them may not have gender-based indicators, but I do think that it is possible to kind of construct these kind of proxies for gender if we have name information. But I think working with MIS and administrative databases, triangulating this with the other labor force surveys, I think that's kind of gives you a more holistic picture around job creation, job loss as well. So I think there's also, I mean, something that maybe we should be looking at into the future possibly. Thanks.
Let me start by, saying that national surveys, when we do a sample survey, even if the sample is, 4,000, 8,000, 2,000, whatever it be, we see that how complex it is. So for a national survey, I think it is a challenge to bring in the, lot of questions that the instruments have to be, kind of very carefully developed. All those constraints are there. Having said that, I think, but it doesn't mean that we cannot change the process and the instruments over time. So there has been resistance, a lot of resistance, especially, and I know very well in terms of migration surveys, because women's labor migration is something that has not been captured very well in the migration surveys. And we have written extensively on what is the issue with it. But that has not changed over time. It is just some very minor change. If you make it to the migration definition and the reasons for migration, you get a good source of data. So I think there is a resistance that we need to also maybe learn to handle or see how we can manage that resistance. But I think the process is very important. And NSS, those staff, field staff, they were well trained in terms of doing some of these surveys. That's why the difference that we saw between census and NSS data on employment. So I think the process is very important. And if we could kind of invest more on the process, even when if we use the existing instruments, we may be able to capture better some of the undercounting. If we address the issues of undercounting, that is what our surveys are saying. We use almost the same kind of questions, but with better process. We were able to capture maybe better counting of women's work. So that is something. And another thing I think which was important for us to look at is in terms of, we are thinking of time use surveys as a separate survey. I think that's we need to have that. But the constraints that we have in terms of time use is that, we cannot calculate women's employment or, women's employment participation. So can't we also think of LFS and TUS, which I think the experiment that we did showed that it is possible. Maybe not, as I said, it may not be possible because there is a demand for resources and also it's time consuming, but it is something that one could attempt. One could see at the national level whether if that is going to give us good data set in terms of looking at even the linkages between employment and larger questions of care and housework. And also, and when you have a national survey, it actually can feed into a lot of further research and all that. So I still would like the National Statistical Organization, whatever, through whoever is here, to actually try out some of these maybe possibilities and see whether the data set can be enriched in terms of what we can get from it. So, and I think I'll stop here. And I also think that this is something that I already had highlighted in my first round of interaction, that recovery questions is to the existing instruments. I don't know whether that is something that is possible within the given the instrument, whether we could have a set of recovery questions, which is not going to change so much about the comparative kind of analysis that we want from the data sets. But recovery questions, how will the recovery questions, there could be discussions on that, but is it possible to have recovery questions? And then that will help us in getting better data sets in terms of women's work and women's employment.
Okay, I think even though we like to throw stones at the NSS, we all realize that having national level data is a very important thing. So that most of what you people are doing is really trying to be an input into the national statistical organizations or whatever other national, because that's the only credible organization we have now, because of the fact that the data doesn't come out fast enough and does not have enough variables in it. The private sectors like the CMIs, consumer pyramids data has become so popular. I use it myself. I know that it's not a good data, but they're providing you monthly data on employment and n number of variables. So if you want to look at anything, even policy impact and things like that, that makes sense. What policy impact can you look at when something is coming out yearly and too late? So okay, the only point I was making is that we need to think in terms of how one can influence the NSSO to come up with all that we've been saying. So here, you really need a lot of strategic thinking and strategic planning. And that has to somehow, some forces have to align together when this thing happens. So the only time I ever saw this happen was when we were able to include the informal questions on the informal sector and informal employment, which is so popular now. They were actually included in that 99-2000 survey. And the original, that survey was done by me actually. But then I had taken a year off and I was working with SEVA. So it was SEVA and Ilaben's strategic thinking that you have to show the power of statistics and influence. But like I said, there's this aligning of forces. It just happened that the person who was the secretary statistics at that time, Mr. Asthana, he was somehow convinced that what we were doing as a survey was really the thing. So all the questions you today have on enterprise, which is allowing us to capture informal sector, informal employment, place of work, a whole series of questions were introduced in that 99-2000 survey. And, the lethargy or the inertia of the NSSO is such that those things actually went into many other surveys, so that now that place of work question is existing in the economic survey. So that in the economic survey, what proportion of the enterprises are home-based. And it's huge. Even I was shocked to see that question there in the economic census. Of course, it's a long time since we had an economic census, but it's there. And it's there in the enterprise surveys. And so it gives you a hell of a lot of information, because the place of work is whether you're working on the street or whether you're working in the house or you're actually working in a designated place of work. The fact that more than like 30% or more of the women and a lot of the men also do not have a designated place of work, in the sense that there's no office where they work, there's no, it really comes out when you look at that data. So that one particular question, other than, of course, this question which you see very often now, which is the enterprise thing, we are asking what kind of an enterprise where you're working in the labor force survey, you have, you're working in the government or you're working in private or you're working in something. That allows you to define this informal sector worker, and similarly the informal employment through status of social security and so on. So that some kind of strategic thinking and continuous this thing with the statistical bodies. I mean, it's not that all of us are sometimes sitting in these bodies. They were called a standing committee on labor force statistics, and now they become a PACA committee on economic statistics or something like that. And we did try, even the 19th LSS, 19th ICLS, we tried very hard. We even made a pilot of that and asked the NSSO whether they would do it, but there was resistance and it could not. So strategic thinking, particularly when you people are working with, say, Gates Foundation, with other groups come together, and you're very clear as to exactly what is it that needs to be added, even if it is only one question or two questions that can be added. That is the only way that this thing will work. And I'm very optimistic that things can be moved, but then they have to be moved through a strategic planning and action. That's the only way it can be done. I think this thing that she's raising about the LFS and the TUS coming together, I think that's one point that can be pushed, in the sense that you have a short module. Now you look at the consumption expenditure data. Now consumption is a huge data. You just keep on asking you how many grams of this and that and the other, like aata se leke everything they ask. But in the LFS, in the labor force survey, they have a short module of the consumer expenditure. It's so cute. I mean, it's such a cute. Even the other day I looked at it, the labor force thing. No, of course. That's with the price index number, right? Yeah, sure. So the short module is fine. Yes. But the price index number, you need to have idea. Yeah. So no, what I'm saying is, No, that's true. The consumer expenditure is still there. So that's what we had the fun about, which didn't appear and now it has appeared and so on. But the short module, I'm talking about the short module. The short module is existing in the labor force survey. So every labor force, every PLFS survey is having that. So it is possible to argue for a short time use, but then it has to be designed very smartly. Not just, we had that availability of questions while our module, which again got thrown out. Yeah. But are you available for work? That question is still there in the PLFS. It was removed in some year, and then later on it came back in again because of the quarrels that these committees have with the NSSO. So yeah. So, the other way is to be able to get people onto these committees. Because everything said and done, that original, the original scheme of the NSS was to have academics and people who have nothing to do with the statistical system as such to be part of these committees. That is why I was talking about Praveen Misari and all, who's the chair. So those people had nothing. They're not getting one single paisa from this government of India, but they're working for it. So those are the kind of people who can stand there and argue because they have no stake in the system. So if one of the ways of strategic thinking is to get to lobby to get some of these people who can argue these things into these committees. So strategic thinking is something that we have to think about. So those are my 2 points. And my third point is, what are you going to do with all this care work data? Because, it's fantastic to know that women are doing all these things and all that, and that to be able to statistics to prove to the world that, okay, women are doing a lot of work. But unless and until we can give some kind of a value to it, how is it going to work? So even that has been talked about in the satellite accounts. So the SNA has said that you can collect all that data and create a value for that and have it as a satellite account to the GDP. And we are supposed to be doing satellite accounts, but we don't seem to be doing the satellite accounts. Yeah, so that satellite account requires you to give a value to each of these activities. Now, I have been in many committees where you'll have the whole gang of the status quo people arguing that what value can you give to this activity, what value can... I said, why not? That damn value, that activity is done in the market as well. Go and find the value. Why not? So the provision is there for satellite accounts in the for SNA satellite account. So that's also one way to find out the value of this care work. Push for it. Who's going to push for it? I mean, why is the system not having those satellite accounts? Or if some version of it is there, why is it not coming out? So it's not that there aren't ways and means to do it. The only question is, who's going to get these forces to align and to make that point? I think that is what we have to think now, because most of what, your study is fantastic and I really enjoyed it. I must say I read it on a mobile. I never read stuff on mobile on the flight because I asked for it and Bidisha sent it to me and I was able to download it before I boarded the flight, and I actually read this whole thing word for word in that. Well, it doesn't take me so much. I just have to look at the tables. I know what's happening there. So anyway, so thank you. I think all of you, like she said, Rosa and gang are the younger people. You are all the younger people. It's in your hands. Thanks.
Then give us optimism.
Old people can't give much optimism. Anyway, I am optimistic because seeing so many young people taking interest in data now, and in particular at this kind of, it gives a lot of optimism, because in the earlier days, this kind of interest or this was not there. Most of the issues have been highlighted here. You see, the point is there are far too many changes taking place. And just I understand that NSSO kind of one survey cannot capture and give you the whole thing. And if you remember, the NSSO sample size has remained the same thing that she knows of 30, 40 years back. But the entire employment situation is changing now. The nature of work has changed. The now you have all these gig workers, and you try to look at the data to find out what is happening. It's not possible for the existing classification system, or even the sample size doesn't allow you to understand the new forms of work that is happening there. So it is in that context, and even here you have seen how the things are different in Jharkhand and Karnataka and some other. Okay. So there are, like V.S. Naipaul said, 1 million mutinies in India. No? That kind of 1 million changes are taking place, and we try to just give one number. employment has gone up by 9 crores or 6 crores. I mean, that is not enough. That is why in that context now, bringing all these kind of studies into the statistical system, as you mentioned just now, that is the primary thing. Leaving to the government the whole thing, NSSO, there is always, they'll introduce it, but finally it will not serve. Because way I distinctly remember is when the women's participation things were being discussed in the old schedule, there was the follow-up questions on, and there was one question like, if work is given to you, will you be interested, kind of thing. So I used to visit field in those days. So if I ask, and that to the question is being asked to the head of the household, the gentleman sitting there, or I ask him, oh, will she work if work is given to her? Kyun nahi karega? So that's kind of, that kind of sensitivity cannot come from just putting the question itself. That is where these kind of inputs are very, very important for the survey organization. And most of the follow-up questions did not yield any very useful kind of thing, because the same percentage used to come year after year, kind of thing. But I think they didn't change it now. Only now there is no survey, so there is no data as such. So, but otherwise, I don't know. I'm not the person to say how to bring these inputs into the national system and the things. Probably we'll talk to Dr. Pranab and others who are still in that committee who is deciding this. But employment labor force survey is something which we need to change. I am trying in my own state whether we can introduce some surveys. The whole lot of migration is simply disappeared in the database. And migration is one thing that is happening everywhere. We saw it during COVID time. Only then people suddenly found out people moving out and coming in. But in the existing data system, we have absolutely no idea about that. And to that extent, many of the data are also missing. Like the construction site in Kerala, we have almost the whole construction is with migrant labor. But they don't have any households anywhere in Kerala, and none of the NSSO surveys will capture them as construction workers there. Because they mostly stay in camps and here and that. NSS surveys only capture those who are having households. Like we also seen some deficiency if you go for electoral roles, that. So there's always that issue. So we need a lot more efforts to see that the entire spectrum of workers are included in these activities. Otherwise, they'll be missing here and they'll be missing there, most of the things. That is happening. So all systems, a lot of changes are there. It is very encouraging to me that, so much research has gone into this area in the last 5 years. At least I have seen your work and the Asim Premji University's Rosa, and they did the study. And now your IWAGE study. So all these things I hope will make a healthy contribution to the improving the understanding, and not only understanding, the measurement of this data system. So with that very optimistic note, I'm stopping.
Thank you. I think we have 10 minutes. I'll just make 2 quick summative remarks and then open it up. So think of your favorite questions. I just want to say, I think there's maybe 3 things I'm taking away from, 3 things out of a whole basket of things. One, IWAGE, please mine the data more. And I think definitely sort of some of these recommendations, thinking through, how do you account, is there a valuation that one can do of care activities? I almost also think thinking in this group, there are people more interested in care work. There might be people interested in some of your findings around skilling, some on measurement, some on particular state, rural or urban segments. So just, in this open forum, we can definitely sort of open that conversation up. Are there questions of interest that you can actually channel into this, and certainly also with some of the other panelists' work? Are there ways that one can sort of see how this can, bring together a shorter set of findings that can be useful for different constituencies? And I think that's my second point also, that yes, while we are, we want to influence the policy, the big policy sort of ecosystem, there are also multiple users and multiple audiences for work like this. So can we sort of start to figure out a way to engage that? And that, IWAGE is so great at that. I think thinking through ways of bringing these different stakeholders together, civil society groups, practitioner groups, advocacy organizations, policy think tanks. Just bringing together, different kinds of organizations that would be interested in this issue and can actually take forward many of your findings, right? Understanding that it's not about a data point. I think the thing is also we sometimes get so hung up on, okay, what's that one final number, as everyone on the panel has said. It's actually the complexity of the picture that starts to come out as we look at more and more work like this that is getting deeper into some of these questions. I think that's my second. And I think the third, definitely, as everyone has said, this collectivization and a collective voice around this will certainly help, if nothing else, at least to build solidarity among the organizations that are interested in these questions. But certainly, I think there are policy users at the state level. I think finding policy users at a city level. Certainly today, cities are extremely dynamic in terms of not just data, but actually policy action and creating budgets and creating schemes, programs, etc. Not just for service delivery, but actually employment, right? The employment guarantee program. So I think there's different kinds of policy stakeholders that one has to think of. And certainly there will be a day when MOSPI and NSS doors will open up. But until then, I think building the momentum through some of these other actors who are more open and amenable and finding those entry points would be a great use of data like this. Because I think at the end of the day, my fourth point, and I'll stop, is also thinking of more cost effective, less costly ways of doing these things. I think time use, certainly promising, but also the huge amount of effort, cost, labor intensiveness, as well as monitoring, quality control. Like there's so many issues around this. And so I think thinking through other innovations possible, and NDIC was part of that effort also, of finding innovations in measurement. So I think thinking through, are there interesting ways that one can bring down the costs of doing surveys and also the cyclicality, so that you're able to actually generate quicker and faster data that's relevant. So with that, let me open it up to the audience. Yeah, Janvi. And can I see a show of hands? So at least 2-3 hands. Shona, Priya. Okay, let's start with you, Jan. I think this is the only mic we use. No, the people on this call, you can't hear. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Let's try.
So, no, it's been very brilliant, and
Can you hear the question, Madhura and Rose?
Can you hear me? Okay, all right, great. So, I'm surely I've missed a lot in the morning, so apologies for coming in only for the second. My name is Janvi, and I work with the Institute of Social Studies Trust. So, one of the questions I have is, and whenever we speak in this group, which often is like feminist economists or, people in the movement, I kind of feel that we're always putting ourselves on the back foot, and the rest of the world is also putting ourselves on the, on the defensive. One of the strategies I was thinking that how can we really amplify, even if it is taking so long, first time used to 2019, can we keep talking about this a bit more, that this is the kind of work that, IWAGE at, ISST historically, CWDS, and people who have been doing, that's what is shifting the needle, because it seems very, very slow, but I think it's definitive. And I think we need to focus on that. So are there, how can you get the policymakers to listen, that by investing in this, what is in it for them? Why will the economy improve, or what will happen? Or if Sri Lanka or other countries, when they have these kind of, other kinds of data that they're collecting, what has it done to their economy as a whole, and not only to the women? I mean, I feel that's perhaps one of the very strategic articulation shifts that perhaps needs to be brought about, that, women are not only about women. And even if it is, I mean, I'm not saying no to that, but I think we need to kind of, foreground that this is about the whole economy, because you're talking about a very large set of human beings out of a country. So what can shift? I mean, for me, that's the question to, what will convince a policy maker to say that this investment is required, and that's how things will be improving for the entire economy and not only women.
Shona.
I just have a question for Madhura. And I mean, I know that we are, I mean, employment is the way we define employment. And when we expand it from employment to work, and you are saying that that's not exactly I think we are thinking very much from the lens of an economist. We are not really being, even if we do that, so my question to you is, it's the information that is going to be available if we expand the definition of work to include employment and work separately. That information is going to be useful for a lot of other things, which may not be very statistically useful, which may not be very useful for purposes that the economist, we are speaking. But it may be useful for something that Janvi was trying to say, and maybe something, and this may answer, if you're answering this question, this may answer to something that Jimol asked: what do we do with so much data on care work? What is it that we really want to achieve with that? I wanted to come in at that point to say that data is something that has been very, very important and has created a lot of passion in me for several reasons. Not because it's very fun to sit in front of the computer doing a lot of programming and getting a lot of numbers, but also because care is something that the data is very important for us in specific, very small. For example, if we are talking about giving piped water supply to the households, and we know that women are spending 2 hours in some areas to go and collect water, and that kind of data is important to fix certain policy gaps. And I think that is where we are thinking about getting more information on all those kinds of work, not really plugging it into the GDP estimates, not really plugging it to the the national account system. So I just want to hear from you that is it this part that as a statist, from the statistical point of view, as an economist, you are averse to it? Then how do we actually collect this data? So just a comment from you.
Can I come in, Yamini, or later?
Yeah. No, please, let's do it, and then I'll come to you, Priya. Yeah, go ahead, Madhura.
Thank you. So I think what Jimol said, what Sona said, what Janavi said, I think the data on care work is very, very important, whether one day, again, we get satellite accounts or not. And let me give an example from something I've been looking at, and I know some young researchers are looking at it. Livestock. Now, livestock and fisheries are the most rapidly growing sectors of the agricultural economy. Crop sector is in stagnation or decline. All our visits to the rural areas, survey or no survey, and all our time use shows, if there is livestock, particularly cattle or poultry in a household, women are working. Now, there's a recent paper, in fact, by Srishti on this. Now, why is it important to count these hours of work that women engage in livestock care, which may be for self-consumption? As she argues in the case of Haryana and Karnataka, we found it's largely for the milk cooperative, as in Gujarat. But because if you compare the returns, even if it is imputed value of returns, if it's not sold, but as in the case of crop production, the production for home use has to be valued. Even if you take the imputed value, the returns per day or per hour of work to women engaged in livestock is so much lower than the daily wage rate, which we know is already low. There's a huge gender wage gap. And this is coming out in different studies. So I think if this is the fastest growing sector of the economy, the livestock policy barely mentions women or gender or anything. How are we going to address the issues of the economy? So I think, Janavi, the point you made that it's not just women and the compensation to women and women's work, which we care about, which we do, but let's look at it from the economic point of view. This, you say, is the most rapidly growing sector of the Indian economy, in the agricultural economy, not the, and women are the absolute crucial to the labor force, whether paid or unpaid. We have to count the hours they do. How do we think of the compensation that women are getting through this work? And Sona, I think my point was really that this line is fuzzy. Not that we shouldn't collect the data, but I think that what I wanted to say is when you take in seasonality account, when you take in what was said earlier, there are multiple activities that men and women engage in through the year. How we draw the line between these two based on annual data or an annual categorization may be difficult. Not that we shouldn't collect the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Priya, your question.
So, hi, can you hear me online? So I don't know whether this is the mic that's working. It's working? Okay. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I just wanted to, I had a question which is only complicating this further, but I'm sure with all of you, somebody's looked at it. Like the dynamic nature of women's work, of being in and out of paid work, and the lack of job security, and how that is a big motivation or lack of motivation to sustain work for women, between the fact that there's a huge gender wage deficit and you're not actually being adequately compensated for the work you're doing. So do we have good measures or captures of sustained employment through these surveys, like even a series of time series, and what are we learning from that? That's a question. And the second thing is just in terms of, this ways in which we're thinking about assigning value. And I totally want to kind of, Jimol, you made such a passionate appeal for it. And I want to kind of reinforce that we have to now really be very creative of how we start assigning value. And this is not economic value for economic work. It is economic, it's a monetary value for work that sustains family and their well-being, which is what grows the economy. So I think we also, that's really an important hook. A lot of women's own work is really going to maintain the well-being of the household. And there's no way to assign a value to empathy, right? How do I monetize something like that? But we have to push for that. And it's happening because now the market for empathy is emerging for old age, right? So we now actually have a market. We do have benchmarks. So, and we can impute. So I just wanted to kind of extend where all these discussions are possible, and definitely urban areas are where we can start doing a lot of this work, the work on valuation. So, but my first question is also on the sustained, how do we measure sustained work? Because otherwise it's a revolving door. Women are in and out of the labor force. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know who wants to take that. Is there any volunteers? Otherwise,
I can
Yeah.
make a few comments.
Sure, Rosa, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think so ideally what we want to, if we want to kind of get it to sustained employment, we want panel data, right? That which tracks the same women systematically over a sustained period of time. Now we have very limited sources. One source more recently is the urban panel from PLFS. Now what we're finding is, of course, that most women are staying outside of the labor market. And when it comes to the urban panel for PLFS, there is what we're finding a lot of volatility, that women don't seem to stay employed for long durations. With CMI as well, we've looked at this, looking at, we essentially can track the same women, not just over 1 year, but over a far longer period. And what again we are finding is that women are very unlikely to participate, but when they do participate, they face huge precarity in what is there. So there's a lot of flux in their employment, which I think Ashwini Deshpande has also looked at, and it kind of also alludes to this idea around norms may not really be a big constraint, given that women are at least once, occasionally engaging with the labor market. Maybe norms may not be an issue, but you're right that there is very few measures that look at sustained, sort of how long women are attached to the labor market. The other thing is on your point around job security, you're right. I mean, we do have information from PLFS and employment unemployment surveys, thanks to, as Jimol mentioned, thanks to their efforts, we have information on sort of amenities, non-wage amenities like PF and social security benefits. And the thing to note here is that actually when women do work and when they do enter salaried employment, they're more likely to be getting paid leave and also be getting social security benefit. Not to say that there's a preference by employers that they give them these things, but it looks like when there's sort of suitable jobs are available and good jobs are available, women tend to be participating and taking those on. Yeah, so I think that, I don't know if that answers fully your question, but we do have some but very limited evidence on labor market attachment for women.
Thanks, Rosa. Neeta on the valuation.
So the couple of questions on the valuation and a discussion on it. I thought I should mention about the work that I did. 88, 89 time use survey, we did an evaluation exercise. The problem with valuation is that, of course, we have a market equivalent to it. It's very complicated. Like housework has different tasks. You have someone cooking, someone, cleaning, someone shopping. There are multiple tasks within that. So what wage will you give? What imputed value will you give to that? So we actually used domestic workers' wages, average wage, for imputing that value. And we found it's a problematic issue. It's not correct to do that because all care work in the market is undervalued. And if you use those, that value to, calculate housework or care work, we are not doing justice to what people are contributing in terms of housework or care work. So it is actually a very difficult thing. Valuation itself is a very difficult. It may look very simple, but when you actually try and do it, it's really very complicated. So we use domestic workers' wage and also primary school teachers' wage. And we did come up with what is called the satellite account. But at the end of it, after doing it, I found it very actually useless to do it. So I didn't try for the 2019 time use survey. Thanks.
I think you can use higher wages also. You don't have to go with the domestic worker wage. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I'm done.
Yeah. Last question, because I think we are past time. So Shona, we are cutting into your concluding remarks.
This is not really a question, but more of just, kind of adding to the valuation bit. But I'm just thinking that with changing times, the whole idea of care work, when we start thinking of care work, and a lot of times when we use in our research also, I think we are going with a mindset that care work is more about feeding, ensuring that the child is safe, putting the child to sleep, basics. But we know, and Neeta, you've done a lot of work in terms of parental aspiration. We know that the middle class aspirations in terms of childcare has changed enormously. And recent studies are showing that, even when child is growing up, mothers are not going back to work because there are different aspirations. Even when there is a supervision, even when there is another woman in the household, maybe mother-in-law, maybe mother, to look after the child, women are not really going out because there is a different kind of child is becoming a product where you want to do something different with the child and you want to make something. So these are realities, and we also know that women who are not working, a large chunk is from this middle class educated category, and those aspects also. So maybe somewhere the whole definition of care work also needs to be revisited even before we start even thinking about valuation, because care work is no more, especially child care, is no more about just feeding, looking after a child, putting the child to sleep and ensuring that the child is safe. It is lot more now, so just wanted to add.
Thank you. No, thank you. I also just want to add this also other sources of data. For example, recently I did some analysis using job platforms data. So you have Naukri, Baba Jobs. So a lot of the backend data also tells you a lot of things about durability, tenure, social security, care, mobility, and so on. So I think working through with some of these non-traditional, like more market, but non-survey based, I guess, non-survey based source of data can also be quite useful. It gives you fragmented information, but some of them are really large data sets. Now, they don't organize it by a principle, like a single user. So I think some of these challenges are things that you can work with them to actually change. But with that, I'm going to close this session. Thank you all so much. And thank you to this great panel. Really enjoyed.
Thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you. Thank you.
thank you, Madhura and Rosa, for joining online and being so patient.
Thank you. Nice to be there.
So we are very grateful to all the speakers for sharing ideas and thoughts from their experience of working on improving the manner in which we approach measurement in data systems. This has been a befitting discussion to close today's workshop. And I'm sure that we all are left with a lot to mull over, and we continue to find novel ways to tackle existing measurement challenges. With this, may I please call upon stage Dr. Shona Mitra and Radha Chelappa for presenting the token of appreciation to our panelists.
It's all this token, whatever. Yeah. Maybe from the
ओके ओके थोड़ा क्लोज है थोड़ा क्लोज है
Everyone will
Nothing that I have to do. I just have to say big thank you to all the audience who made it, to all the speakers who actually accepted our invitation and came despite the very busy schedules, to the moderators who very gracefully accepted our invitation to moderate the sessions, to the team at IWAGE, Bidisha, Prakriti, Anik, not only them, the field team who actually engaged in a lot of work back end, and also the team, the entire team of IWAGE who actually put efforts together to put this day together, especially Shruti, Pallavi, Karunakar, Shayak. Very big hand to them. And of course, the support of Radha, not to forget. So thanks to them. And just wanted to say something that I was wondering when I was sitting there, that I did put the panel together, but didn't realize that while geographically located elsewhere, but the state was so overbearing in this panel. All the speakers came from a single state, which speaks a lot where the data is getting mined. Kerala, all of you are from there. Look at this. Look at that. So yeah, that's something that crossed my mind. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And there's tea and a little bit of snacks. Please, you're welcome to have tea again. Still 9